G'day, mate 40 here. The internet just becomes increasingly less fun to use. The internet is now more and more optimized to sell you stuff, and so it now takes me an extra 5 minutes, now that I've figured it out, to navigate my way through Streamlabs OBS to then feed this live stream into Restream and then propagate to the 6 different channels that I go out live on. I go out simultaneously on YouTube, on Kick, on Facebook, on Rumble, I'm supposed to be going out on Rumble. What the hell? And, yes, actually going out on Rumble and on Odyssey, on X. But they're just more and more hoops you have to jump through if you just want the free version. And Monday night, I was coming with a hilarious show on how to spot a pedo in the wild. I mean, you would have loved it. It would have been a classic 40 comic crowd pleaser with 15 live viewers. I mean, just imagine the hilarity of saying, oh, how do you spot a pedo in the wild? Right? They're the ones droning on about the rule of law and checks and balances and protecting norms and defending our institutions and talking about human rights and quoting the Constitution. Right? These are that's how you can spot a pedo. And it would have been great fun. I would have gone for 5-10 minutes. But all the technical problems just drained me. And after a hard day, I just couldn't figure them out. I had to come back, this weekend, this morning, and start the morning where I've got more strength, more energy, figure all these things out, and now I can go. But I'm an hour late. All right, I'm an hour and a half late, just navigating my way through all the tech challenges, and it takes a toll on the soul. Right, everything, StreamYard, everything that we use on the internet, it feels like it's just being optimized more and more to try to get money from you and to make the free version increasingly difficult to use. All right. Tip number 1 to decode the news is recognize a tremendous insight from Hugo Mercier's book, Not Born Yesterday, The Science of Who We Trust and What We Believe. And so just remember, we did not evolve to be easily manipulated about those things that are vital to our survival. So who is the true winner of the 2020 election, or how significant was Russian intervention in the American 2016 presidential election, are not vital to your survival. Whether or not we truly landed on the moon in 1969, not vital to your survival. So if you believe those various conspiracy theories, they are not going to diminish your ability to survive. And so when it comes to things not vital to your survival, yeah, we can go for all sorts of nonsense because it's not important. But when it comes to our core interests, right, we are astonishingly resistant to persuasion. And so one of the main differences between populists and elitists, between regular people and the elite consensus, is that elites want much more social media censorship and much more speech control in general, because elites occupy the high ground of our culture. They have the power, and so they want to restrict the speech of anyone who has the desire to attack them. Right? Once you already have the power, you have all these incentives to want to restrict speech. And if you don't have the power, you have all these incentives to want to preserve speech. And the elites think that you're easily manipulated, that you're stupid, and essentially that you evolved to be gullible, which is just doesn't make any sense. We would not be here if we were so easily gullible about things that are vital to our survival. And so you find this in the most elite news media and elite commentary, that people are just too stupid and too fragile to sort the signal from the noise. So we need more elite fact-checking power. We need more algorithmic downranking of misinformation. We need government-private partnerships to protect democracy. Right? Americans have been duped by memes and bots and troll farms and podcasts, and they must be protected by experts who are disinterested. They only want the truth. But this worldview collapses under Hugo Mercier's insight, right? We would not have been designed to fall for claims that risk our survival. We can be misinformed, we can believe nonsense, but that's not the same as gullible. And so consider all the panic about Russian intervention in the 2016 election. Yes, Russia did intervene in the 2016 election, but there was never any evidence that it affected the outcome. It was inconsequential. It was about $100,000 worth of Facebook ads, most of which ran after the campaign. Right, the total spend was less than what a local car dealership might drop in a weekend campaign. The targeting was crude, broad, mostly ineffective, and yet we had all these documentaries after Trump's win trying to explain it as the result of misinformation, by the use of super sophisticated targeting of voters, by Russia buying Facebook ads. And the real reason that Trump won is that millions of Americans rejected the elite consensus. That was true in 2016 and 2020. Why have people on the right come to increasingly reject the scientific consensus? Because the scientific consensus, which packages itself as neutral and disinterested and only interested in the truth, has often been used to achieve left-wing political ends. And so we've got this enormous censorship industrial complex, which is now primarily supported and funded by the left. It's hilarious that Media Matters, which has shut down and damaged so many forms of right-wing media, it is now being sued into oblivion by Elon Musk. And good riddance. So I respect the good work that Media Matters has done. So when Media Matters accurately quotes people on the right saying absurd things and brings that to light, I think they're doing a public service. But when they then use that in a partisan manner to try to destroy advertising and the viability of various right-wing forms of media, then it invites a backlash. And so for every action, right, there is a reaction. I've got so many videos to play for you. It's funny, last week's show, I think, was as good a solo show as I've ever done. Obviously, the best shows are when I have guests. And last week, I didn't have the pleasure of having any guests, but I put hours into it. Now, didn't get great ratings, didn't make any super chats. It was a lot of dense material, but it was incredibly valuable. And here is a tough truth coming from the psychologist Orion Taraban.
Is short for involuntarily celibate. Basically, an incel is a man who wants to have sex, but can't seem to find a willing participant. While I don't think the term was originally derogatory, it's definitely used as a pejorative today, especially by women. In fact, it seems as though every man women disagree with these days is either an incel or a misogynist. Or both, I suppose. They might not be mutually exclusive. In any case, it's generally not meant as a compliment. Now, leaving aside the wondrous coincidence that the only men who disagree with women happen to be hateful and or unattractive, I must admit that I find the use of this term, incel, absolutely baffling as an insult. And it really only takes a little bit of effort to understand why.
So I think of myself as hard-headed, but this guy has a lot of insights that never occurred to me.
While it's clearly the case that some men are more attractive than others, no man who has ever existed has been universally attractive to women at all times. I mean, even Greek mythology is full of stories of gods being turned down by mortal women. And this means that every man, irrespective of how handsome or famous or powerful or charming he might be, has been frustrated in his sexual desire at some point in his life. Even the most successful Casanovas don't bat 1,000 100% of the time. In fact, if there is a single experience that binds together all men of all cultures, it is having one's sexual interest rebuffed. And in that moment, that man is an incel. He wants to have sex, but he doesn't have a willing partner. While unattractive men might experience this more frequently, even the most attractive men cannot have sex whenever they want, however they want, with whomever they want. If such a thing is possible, it is a privilege that only beautiful women enjoy. In any case, it doesn't take a genius to understand that when a man's sexual interest is rebuffed, there are really only two possible outcomes. Either the man is going to be, at least with respect to that relationship, involuntarily celibate, or the woman is going to be, shall we say, involuntarily sexual. Like, those are the only two options. And I think we're all going to agree that the first outcome is preferable to the second. Given this understanding, I can't wrap my head around the impulse to denigrate those who choose to uphold the first option.
That's a fantastic point. I've never heard it before. It's so commonsensical. Have you heard this point before? We should be respecting and praising and expressing gratitude for the incel nature of every man. And some men are more incels than others. But when we encounter incels, we should have gratitude and respect.
Like it or not, when a man is involuntarily celibate, what is he necessarily doing? Well, among other things, he is acknowledging the right of a woman to consent to sex, and he is respecting the foundations of civil society. He is choosing to frustrate his will rather than impose it on another. And we're like collectively agreeing that that is something to be mocked and derided? Because that is the real difference between men. The distinction does not come down to those who are rebuffed and those who aren't. As I've already said, the latter class of men don't exist. But to those who are governed by law and human decency and those who aren't. Like, if there has ever been a man who has never been an incel, it was probably Genghis Khan. And that's not because no woman ever told him no. I'll say that again in a slightly different way. The reason Genghis Khan might not have been an incel was not because women found him universally attractive. It's because he didn't take no for an answer. Let that sink in. If you...
Okay, common sense. Have you heard such common sense before? Does that not just reframe all sorts of things that you took for granted? Now, when Russiagate dominated the news between the end of 2016 and the release of the Mueller report, was it midway through 2018, I noticed that I had a very difficult time sustaining attention. Now, when I have difficulty sustaining attention, that is not a universal tip-off that I'm dealing with BS, right? There are all sorts of worthy matters where I have difficulty sustaining attention. But sometimes it is a good tip-off, right? I don't have awesome instincts every time in every area. But I have decent instincts and sometimes great instincts in some areas and substandard instincts in other areas. So I have spent well over 100 hours reviewing, editing, deleting, rewriting portions of my blog because I now feel embarrassed or I regret or I see things that I could have done differently. So I've often been wrong. I often feel bad about the things that I've said publicly and written publicly. And I have a substantial amount of shame and feeling of I was seriously wrong there. I have a tremendous sense of loss when I see the crippling nature of my ADHD tendencies, my under-earning tendencies, my tendencies towards losing touch with reality, to live in a world of daydreams and fantasies about being a great man, tendencies towards love addiction, sex addiction, porn addiction. So when I reflect on some of my maladaptive tendencies, I have a tremendous sense of humility, which in right proportion is excellent, right? You're going to be much more effective if you go through life with an appropriate sense of humility, because I have these other tendencies to kind of deal with my sense of shame and inadequacy and failure, humiliation of these narratives of grandiosity that often make me very difficult to interact with and which trip me up in all sorts of social situations. So a perspective of humility is a much more adaptive way for me to go through life rather than grandiosity. And when I come to my social interactions with humility, with a recognition of where I've been so wrong and so misguided, I tend to navigate them more effectively. And when I get humiliated, it's always a reminder that I've been stuck in grandiosity. On the other hand, I don't want to be so stuck in shame and recognition of things I've done wrong to not have an appropriate amount of respect for the things I've done right. So 25 years ago, I was talking about some characters in Los Angeles, Maury Leibovitz, who was a chair, I think, of the Hakim Hillel Hebrew Academy and the lead rabbi of Beth Jacob congregation, the largest Orthodox synagogue west of the Mississippi, Stephen Weil. And I would write about how they'd rub some people the wrong way, and it attracted substantial opposition. And so some of the flaws that I was reporting on 25 years ago, they just popped up in the news over the past 3 weeks. And Maury Leibovitz went on to be the chair of Friends of the IDF. Stephen Weil went on to be the CEO of Friends of the IDF. They both had huge salaries. And there are all these reports of bullying and bad behavior by these two. And so I was reporting on that stuff 25 years ago. And this seems to happen every few months, that someone that I reported on 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years ago for bad behavior, it then reasserts itself in a more prominent fashion. And so sometimes I've had some good instincts, and sometimes I've done some good work. Other thing that seems to happen every year or two is someone who started to dedicate his life to destroying me. They end up dying of some alcohol or drug addiction. And hey, my hands are clean. God forbid, I'm not someone who invests in feuds anymore. I like to believe I've largely stepped out of feuds. But I've often tangled with people who are in the absolute grip of drug and alcohol addiction. And the wisdom that comes from a 12-step program like Al-Anon is it gives you some tools and some mindsets for navigating other people who have addictions, and helps you to realize that everybody that you deal with has some maladaptive tendencies. And how do you then navigate? Where do you end? Other people begin. One of the first things that was pointed out to me in therapy was that a very poor sense of boundaries, both looking out for myself and looking out for other people. And I love self-help, but self-help has not done me much good, because I find the exercise of willpower and trying to direct my cognitive powers over my speech and actions has not been nearly as effective as a substantial reorganization of my psyche, of my soul, of my physiology. And so trying to top down, operate with good boundaries hasn't done me much good. But as I learn to build a life of more self-respect, then a sense of good boundaries would just come naturally.
Then we were led to believe a lot less, wasn't there?
Absolutely. Trump calls it a hoax, and I think that's an accurate statement. Now,
really,
absolutely. I mean, we know by now that the collusion aspect was completely baseless. There was nothing there. I mean, nobody defends that anymore. The collusion angle of this, the basis for the investigation, which the FBI claimed was a tip about George Papadopoulos, a low-level campaign volunteer, that appears to be, by all accounts, just an excuse to cover up the real predicate for the investigation, which looks to be the Steele dossier, which is funded by Hillary Clinton, a collection of debunked conspiracy theories. But regardless, nobody defends the notion anymore that there was some sort of high-level conspiracy between Trump's campaign and Russia, which was the basis for the FBI's investigation and the Mueller probe. But the enduring allegation has been what Mueller described as a sweeping and systematic Russian interference campaign on Trump's behalf to put Trump in office and defeat Hillary Clinton. And what we're reporting now in Real Clear Investigations based on these newly classified documents is that the U.S. intelligence community that put out Mueller's allegations and that, put forward this notion of a sweeping Russian interference operation, they suppressed high-level doubts from the two premier intelligence agencies that were investigating this, the FBI, which took the lead in the Trump-Russia investigation, and the NSA, which would be the intelligence agency best placed to identify who actually hacked the DNC, the Democratic Party servers, and gave them to WikiLeaks, because that was the allegation, along with collusion, that was at the heart of Russiagate. The allegation that Russia hacked the DNC basically...
So I'm not pretending to expertise in Tulsi Gabbard's accusations of conspiracy on behalf of the Obama administration in hyping a Russiagate threat way beyond the facts and the evidence. All elite media sources say that Tulsi Gabbard's allegations rest on flimsy or absolutely non-existent bases. You have to go to dissident sources of the news, such as this one from Real Clear Politics, to allege that there might be some powerful reality that Tulsi Gabbard is getting at. And so there are people who know this story better than I do. Where I think this story is important is that it reflects the power of narrative framing and of the conventional elite discussion about how we have to preserve and protect institutions, and we have to take more of the realm of the political and put it in the hands of these disinterested experts, whether they're in the intelligence community or in the public health community or in the speech community. We need to turn more and more of the political over to these disinterested experts. And I find the framing of Stephen Turner in particular on these issues particularly powerful. So let me back up a little bit here. So this morning, just before the show, I saw an article in Axios by Scott Rosenberg. I think he used to write on tech for Salon, and I think I was reading him 25 years ago. And so he says that America's in this great AI race with China, and who's going to win, and this is supposedly vitally important. And now I'm trying to just read this Axios story, but I have to log in with my email address. Like, everything on the internet is becoming more and more difficult as it becomes more and more optimized for making money. Luckily, I've got it on my Apple Plus news subscription here. So we have had all these races in the past. We've had the war on drugs. We've had the nuclear arms race. We've had the space race. We've had innovation that comes from these races. But will we actually know who's winning the AI race? And there's a lot of skepticism expressed here. And so people are losing friends over discussions of AI. All right, there are passionate proponents of AI, such as myself, and there are equally passionate skeptics of AI. And when we talk to each other, sometimes the disagreements are so intense that friendships are fracturing and ending over this, which is incredibly sad because not many of us suffer from a surfeit of friends. So will we actually know who's winning the AI race? And a lot of skepticism here from Axios.
Kicked off Russiagate when it was first lodged by the Clinton campaign through their contractor CrowdStrike. And what we're reporting on now is new documents showing that in September 2016.
Okay, so you've heard about AI hallucinations, and that is a problem. But what's usually happening is that you've used errors in your prompts to AI. The errors and the hallucinations are things that you have manufactured. And it's much easier to blame AI for your own mistakes. But this is what Axios says. We're supposed to invest billions of dollars to support infrastructure that is error-prone, referring to AI, energy-hungry, with an unproven business model and an unpredictable impact on the economy and jobs. And yeah, there is truth to all of that. But if you're not using AI, you are way behind, right? You can become much more effective and much more productive and have much more clarity on the world around you with the appropriate use of AI. For example, I'm increasingly basing my shows, and you wonder, Forty, how do you create such wonderful, thoughtful shows? But here's what I did last week in particular, and this week, is that I uploaded to AI some of my favorite essays and books by the academic philosopher of the social sciences, Stephen Turner, his books on expertise and the threat that the reign of experts poses to democracy. And then I said, use these tools by Stephen Turner to try to analyze the Tulsi Gabbard allegations about the Obama administration. And so I'm able to take tools from books that are thousands of years old or 5 years old and apply them to breaking news, and I think come up with many more profound insights than I would without that. And so here's the central theme of this Aaron Maté interview, right? That U.S. intelligence agencies, particularly the FBI and the NSA, they never truly believed the Trump-Russia collusion theory, yet under immense institutional and political pressure, they promoted a narrative that shaped the news, shaped public discourse, and shaped political legitimacy and hamstrung the first Trump administration. Right? So what are the key Stephen Turner concepts at work here, you may ask? And so Stephen Turner's got this excellent idea of epistemic coercion, right? When institutions present unverifiable and overly complex information as the authoritative truth. Remember, 17 intelligence agencies declared this about Russia's interference with the 2016 election. And so the way that this story was framed, it tended to suppress a thoughtful and meaningful challenge. So this whole Trump-Russia collusion narrative was fueled by precisely this. We had the claims coming from classified intelligence, unverifiable sources, nonsensical sources such as the Christopher Steele dossier. And then we had an elite media primed to accept these institutional claims as gospel. We had rule by experts without accountability. We had agencies like the FBI and the CIA briefing politicians and leaking selectively to friendly media, knowing full well that they did not have a strong factual basis for what they were saying. So we had these insulated expert networks, and it's very difficult to sue the CIA and the FBI and the NSA. Right? It's very difficult to sue government bureaucracies. They are largely insulated from the executive branch, from the legislative branch, and from the judicial branch. And so they use their privilege, their insulation, and their claims of expertise to shape alternatives for politicians. And they substantially escape democratic scrutiny, certainly in real time.
You know, as the Russian interference allegations are heating up, the FBI and the NSA broke from their counterparts in CIA and said, we have low confidence that Russia hacked the DNC and then released that material through online personas, as well as WikiLeaks. That's the allegation here that's at the heart of Russian interference claims. And what we're saying is, we're only learning now, more than 8 years later, that the FBI and the NSA had low confidence in that assertion.
All right. So I remember the original entity was supposed to be something called.
So here are some more relevant and important insights from Stephen Turner. Right. So we have now a standard of truth that is simply good enough. Right. That's heuristics. Right. Good enough bases for making decisions. And so under pressure, we've got our political and intelligence agencies clinging to good enough claims of truth, good enough narratives to justify policy and to protect their reputation. So the mere appearance here of Russian preference for Donald Trump becomes a stand-in for evidence of collusion. And what the documents released by Tulsi Gabbard mean, per Aaron Maté, I'm not an expert here, there are plenty of doubts in our intelligence agencies, such as the FBI and the NSA, about the key claims of the Steele dossier, particularly the idea that Trump's team conspired with Russia. The CIA internally assessed that Russia did not have a clear candidate preference. Well, if you listen to our elite media narratives, all we were told is that Putin favored Trump. And these doubts were downplayed or excluded by those who were making decisions. All right, so we had expert politics by proxy. We had decisions made behind closed doors and then were laundered into democratic debate as though they were settled fact. Right, so we've got a parallel epistemic class. Right, we've got one, the people that challenges institutional authority, but without credentials, right, without control of dominant institutions, but with transparency and more publicly verifiable sourcing. So here we have Aaron Maté presenting declassified material, congressional testimony, and a timeline-based analysis, giving an alternative to traditional epistemic gatekeeping. So we've had all these congressional actions, media narratives, and decreased public trust shaped by a false consensus arrived at by Obama and the team. And we have the creation for years of an expert consensus that was largely immune to criticism, and it wasn't about democratic knowledge. It became a technocratic rule, technocratic doctrine. So we now live in a system where what is publicly asserted as truth by our elites is not determined by empirical bases or verification, but by institutional inertia. So Russiagate wasn't just some event in the world of the politics. It was an epistemic event. Epistemics refers to how do we know what we know. We have all these unaccountable actors who had the chutzpah to redefine reality through the coercive power of intelligence. 17 intelligence agencies have declared XYZ.
Lucifer 2.0.
Yeah.
This was some Romanian hacker, we were told. I don't know what to believe anymore. But okay, but the DNC servers were hacked. So if Russia didn't do it, who did it?
Well, the point that someone like Julian Assange has made, who, by the way, was never interviewed by Robert Mueller or any other U.S. investigator, he said that, it's quite possible that foreign states, including Russia, were hacked into the Democratic Party servers. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they were the ones that were responsible for exfiltrating that information, giving it to WikiLeaks, and being responsible for being made public. Because espionage, cyber meddling happens all the time. It doesn't necessarily mean that leads to exfiltration. And there's so much evidence now that U.S. officials, along with this low confidence dissent we're just learning about now from the NSA and FBI, didn't have the evidence that these alleged Russian hackers that were in the DNC actually took anything. And we know that, for example, from CrowdStrike, which was the firm working for Hillary Clinton, which was the first entity to accuse Russia of hacking the DNC. And CrowdStrike's president, Sean Henry, admitted in congressional testimony that also was buried for years, that CrowdStrike had no evidence that alleged Russian hackers actually exfiltrated anything from the servers. So basically, they had no evidence that if Russian hackers, if they were in the DNC, actually took anything.
So much of elite media discourse on this topic takes it for granted that it was Russia that disseminated the materials, that gave the materials to WikiLeaks to then disseminate the hacks into the DNC. And what Aaron Maté is there revealing that not necessarily so. We don't really have any evidence for this.
Out.
It's just an assertion.
But there was stuff that got out because it was leaked to the press, and we found out very interesting tidbits, like the DNC had placed a mole in Bernie Sanders' campaign that, presumably they were trying to steer things to Clinton. There were little tidbits like that. Nothing, no criminal behavior, but not great behavior. John Podesta, some of his emails were leaked. And, it didn't make the Democrats look great. Yeah. It made some of the Bernie Sanders people angry, and justifiably, because the DNC is supposed to be neutral in an open election like that. But so how did WikiLeaks get this information? If Russia didn't give them to them, who did?
That's the question. And I think we've been prevented from getting a real answer because there was a narrative decided upon very early to blame Russia, even though the evidence for it wasn't there. So we have the suppression of this low confidence assessment from the FBI and the NSA. That's in September. Then a few weeks later, the Obama administration still puts out on October 7th a statement saying that the U.S. intelligence community is confident that Russia was behind the hack and release of the Democratic Party emails. Now, it's notable that if you look at that statement, the NSA and the FBI are not on it. It's the Department of Homeland Security, which is run by Jay Johnson at the time.
Right. So when you hear about the Jews, right, Jews are quite varied. There are all sorts of different types of Jews. When you hear about, our intelligence agencies, there are many different intelligence agencies. There are many different perspectives within intelligence agencies. And it's not like there was just a consensus among the best and the brightest in our intelligence agencies that Russia had substantially hacked our 2016 election. And so to take another step back from these discussions, think about the nature of news. One useful way of thinking about news is it is bureaucratic stenography. It is the passage of bureaucratically recognized events through administrative procedures, right? So we have objective journalism as presented by the New York Times, CBS News, and it operates from a public locus of consciousness, meaning it relies almost entirely on bureaucratic sources for facts, and facts are valid because someone who's bureaucratically reliable has said that these facts are facts. So, for example, during the Trump assassination attempt, someone who was knowledgeable about firearms would have heard the shots and recognized that this came from a distance and that this was an assassination attempt. But the news media, the elite news media, would only report about 5 hours, 6 hours after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, this was an assassination attempt, because they waited until the FBI said this was an assassination attempt. So sometimes you will get closer to the truth if you wait for a bureaucracy to make a pronouncement. Sometimes bureaucratic pronouncements will distance you from the truth, right? So just because a source is a bureaucracy doesn't mean it's more likely to be true, right? A bureaucracy might tell you it's raining outside, when if you go outside, it might be sunny and quite clear. And so sometimes empirical validation from non-experts is a far superior source of truth than the pronouncements of bureaucracies. So news tends to get its authority from bureaucratic pronouncements, but that's not the same as truth, and often that is quite inferior to first-hand observations. And so what you will get from podcasters and live streamers and different types of first-person journalism, right, will be you'll get a more individual locus of consciousness where people will speak a great deal from their own experience. So I use my own experience a great deal to try to make sense of the world, and sometimes my own experience will provide a sharper explication and definition of the truth than you'd get in a bureaucratic pronouncement, and sometimes it will be inferior. But it's not as though bureaucratic pronouncements are universally superior or inferior to our own first-hand experiences, right? The more you know a topic, the more you realize how flawed news reporting is on that topic. So bureaucracies and the official objective nature of elite journalism refers to what bureaucracies officially tell us what is happening, and then podcasters and live streamers and the idiosyncratic first-person reporter says what's really happening based on my own first-person objective, their own individual locus of consciousness. And sometimes the individual locus of consciousness will get you closer to truth and to important realities than the official bureaucratic pronouncement. Sometimes it won't. So when you simply report official statements from bureaucracies, you're not going to get sued. And so these bureaucratic procedures protect the business model of the news business. And that's why the news business loves objectivity, right? The same way that peasants use garlic to ward off evil spirits. So we have all sorts of events that dominate the news that are pseudo-events. They are choreographed by bureaucracies. They are theater. They are hallucinatory performances. They are, right, pseudo-events. And often the individual locus of consciousness sees through the nonsense. And so the claims to objectivity by the elite news media refers to a commitment to procedures. News is built around what fits into familiar bureaucratic pronouncements and templates. And if it doesn't pass through a bureaucracy and it doesn't come with official documents, right? You don't have a police report. You don't have a bureaucratic report. It does not get reported because that would place you in danger of getting sued. And so when I've been breaking news on my blogs, it wasn't usually because I primarily relied on official sources, right? I primarily got sources that were unofficial, that were operating out where the buses don't run no more, which put me in much greater legal peril, but also enabled me to break a lot of stories that I would not have been able to advance if I simply relied on official pieces of paper. And so many times informal sources of information will be far superior to the information that you get from bureaucracies and credentialed channels, right? It's high risk, but often comes with higher resolution.
And the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, which was done by James Clapper. And so they put out a statement that contradicted what the FBI and the NSA were saying privately. And then according to these new declassified documents from Tulsi Gabbard, the NSA and the FBI's descent continued because even after the election, by early December, another memo was circulated internally saying that at this point, most U.S. intelligence agencies only have moderate confidence that Russia was behind the hack and release of the DNC. And in the internal correspondence about this, the FBI was still dissenting and were still refusing to put its name on any sort of attribution to Russia. Now, something then happens that's very, very important. On December 9th, you have a high-level meeting at the White House convened by Obama with all of his top national security principals, including Brennan and Clapper. And funnily enough, the FBI and the NSA are invited, but they're not represented by their leaders, James Comey and Mike Rogers. And at that meeting, according to notes newly declassified by Tulsi Gabbard, they decide, okay, we're going to put out a new report making a public attribution to Russia. So this is where
So we gather here at these live streams and alternative sources of information because so often the official narratives have collapsed upon examination. The Russia collusion narrative collapsed under investigation. No criminal conspiracy was found. The Steele dossier was debunked. The mainstream media allegation, mostly peaceful protests in 2020, right? The summer of 2020 saw all sorts of violence, arson, over 25 deaths. And as a result of the elites pushing the Black Lives Matter narrative, we had law enforcement stepping back from doing their job, which led to a dramatic increase in murder and in reckless driving, which probably cost an additional 10,000 lives between 2020 and 2025. Initially, the reaction to COVID was that it came from a lab leak, and sometimes this was called racist misinformation. Right? It's now increasingly recognized as at least a plausible alternative, though almost all virologists say that it's not the way COVID most likely developed. So those with the most expertise continue to deny lab leak. The Hunter Biden laptop suppression, we had all these intelligence experts coming out and say this bears all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, but at the same time, they knew that this Hunter Biden laptop was real, and the elite media gathered together to suppress this story. We had Pfizer suppress the results of their COVID vaccine studies to not release them until after the 2020 election. That may have played a key role in Donald Trump losing the 2020 election. We had most of our institutions gathering together to reduce the chances of Donald Trump winning the 2020 election, and they did this through, as I understand it, largely legal means. Right? They legally coordinated to reduce Donald Trump's chances in the 2020 election. Then think about the stampede to invade Iraq upon these bogus allegations of weapons of mass destruction. Remember, we did not invade Iraq on the basis that Iraq might have weapons of mass destruction, but that was the convenient framing of the case for invading Iraq. We didn't do it for that reason, but that was the narrative that was provided, and it fell apart. We had the news media describe Florida laws with the description, don't say gay, right? And this Florida law would restrict certain topics in kindergarten to third grade, right? And so describing these laws as don't say gay was a political slogan. It was not legislative reality. Kyle Rittenhouse was widely described in the news media as a white supremacist vigilante, and evidence showed he acted in self-defense and that all parties involved were white. And then the Covington Catholic schoolboys, right? We had a viral clip that was distorted by the elite news media. Right? Footage showed that the Covington Catholic school student was quite calm and admirable while being approached by an activist. So what is a useful way if you love news or you want to consume news? All right, I love news. I spend, $100, $200 a month subscribing to different sources of news. And ever since 8th grade, I wanted to make my living in the news. It feels like an all-access pass to what's going on in the world around me. And as someone who can be a little socially awkward, I want to take advantage of that free access pass. But we have to put news in its appropriate genre, in its appropriate context. We have to treat news as a signal, not as truth, right? Why this story? Why now? Who benefits? What's the agenda? We have to invert the burden of proof. Always assume that the news is incomplete. Compare the news to our own lived experience, to history, to incentives, to the perspectives of those who tend to not be consulted in the news. We have to recognize that news is largely what institutions and bureaucracies want you to think. Right? The news is largely what bureaucracies report. And it's great to read dissident investigative work, court documents, expert analysis, not just breathless, elite, mainstream breaking news. Watch for narrative drift, what gets hype, what gets memory hold, right? Understand how stories mutate, understand how elite media tend to revolve around a certain jointly shared emotional tone for almost all major stories. Don't make news your identity, right? It's just a signal. and prioritize models of how the world works rather than looking for news. Try to look for what's not covered, what's missing, what are basic truths, such as different groups often have different gifts. Are these truths taboo, right? Watch for the blind spots in the media. And reality should be our final check, right? Go outside, talk to people, stay embodied in the world, connected with others. That's the best fact check of them all.
Speculation comes in. I think at that point, this is after Trump has won. The controversy around Russia is swirling. There's an effort at this point to taint Trump with Russia. It really ramps up after he wins. I think at that point it was decided we're going to blame Russia, and somehow the dissent from the FBI and the NSA was overcome, because a month later, when a new intelligence assessment was put out to the public with the FBI and the NSA involved, now all of a sudden that low confidence had changed from high confidence. But we have no way of knowing.
And think about what determines a winning narrative, right? Narratives don't dominate because they're true, right? Sometimes they dominate because they're true. Often they win because they align with power. They align with prestige. They align with our emotional instincts. And the truth sometimes tags along with these winning narratives, but it's often an afterthought, right? Winning narrative tends to satisfy institutional needs, tends to flatter the audience, and it tends to harmonize with the dominant hero system, right? The winning narrative is a product. It tends to appeal to the market, right, to public sentiment. It tends to pass regulatory review, institutional vetting, and it tends to be easy to distribute, right, media scalability. And news plays the role of high-status distribution. It rarely uncovers reality. It mainly packages bureaucratically recognized events filtered through administrative procedures. So who gets to define the narrative? It's usually powerful institutions with money, with credibility, capital, media, academic elites, government elites. Narratives tend to be defined by those with distributional power, such as social media platforms, elite journalists, celebrities. Audiences with status anxiety or moral certainty are often eager to adopt a story that tells them who the bad guys are and why they are righteous. And there are certain mechanics to the winning narrative, right? So for the elite media, the story must trace back to a trusted bureaucracy or a credentialed source. If it's the CDC, the New York Times, or Harvard says it, then it's real until proven otherwise. Right? Winning narratives generate our most intense emotions, right? Outrage, hope, fear, moral urgency. And they will tend to be used by institutions and bureaucracies and media to justify certain actions, funding, and power grabs. And reality often does not scale well. Reality tends to be messy, boring, emotionally inconvenient. For example, it's boring that the more strongly you punish those who commit violent crime, and the more quickly you bring them to account, and the more competently you find the people who commit violent crime. And about half of murderers don't get discovered in this country. But the quicker you find them, the more competently you find them, the more accurately you find them, and the more severely you punish people who do violent crime, then you get to substantially reduce violent crime rates. But for some reason, that's considered boring. To me, it's not boring. Right? So the winning narrative tends to be one that feeds human desire, flattens institutional needs, and rides the distribution rails of prestige media. Right? And if truth gets a seat in this ride, it's in the back. So treat narratives like fashion trends. They are seductive, they're often ephemeral, and they're usually about signaling status, and they are largely noise. Right? So listen to the news, read the news, not to learn the truth, but to diagnose the power, preview the moral scripts, and update your model of how the system talks to itself. Right? Narratives don't win because they're true. They win because they align with power, prestige, and emotional salience.
What changed in the FBI and the NSA? How did they go from saying we have low confidence in this Russian hack and leak allegation to high confidence? They've never, ever explained that.
Aaron, I have a couple of questions I want to ask you. And the theories of mine, really. And the first is, I was thinking this the other day in a completely different context. The New York Times had a story about the Democrats are doing an autopsy of how they lost in 2024. And there were all these things they weren't going to look at. They weren't going to look at whether Biden should have been the nominee. They weren't going to look at Kamala Harris. They weren't going to look at whether comparing to Hitler, Trump to Hitler for 9 years backfired, bit him in the ass. They're not going to look at any of the interesting things, right? But that's actually what political parties do. You have these retrospectives, and it's mostly just covering your ass. It's not really trying to get to the heart of it. Nobody likes to admit their own faults. That's human nature. Hillary Clinton, when she lost to Trump, this was an ignominious defeat. She thought he was legitimately unworthy, and she was much better prepared to be president. I agreed with that, actually, personally. She'd been Secretary of State. She lived in the White House. She'd been a senator from New York. She was a policy wonk. To me, she was one of the most highly qualified nominees in history, and Trump had never even run for dog catcher. Plus, she thought he was a singularly unpleasant person. So I get her view. She didn't think she should have lost to this guy, and so she put out she started she blamed sexism. She blamed low educated voters. She blamed Russia. Yeah. And I think what happened, my own theory of this is this had metastasized Hillary's, I won't say alibi, but her thinking had permeated this way. They needed somebody to blame. And as you say, and they weren't too fond of Trump. And so you could do both these things at one time. You could kind of taint Trump. You could give Hillary Clinton an excuse. And you could also send a shot across Russia's bow, because Obama had famously dismissed Russia as a threat when he ran against Romney. He realized that was a mistake and later acknowledged it. You could do all these things. And it began as a political sort of exercise. And it became like a narrative, as you say. And they all bought into it. And they were convinced of it. And they convinced themselves of it. Anyway, what do you think of that?
I fully agree. And I would take it further. There was a convergence of interest in blaming Russia for Trump rather than looking at other reasons. So it starts, as you say, with the Democratic Party. Hillary Clinton campaign, they felt it was their turn. I mean, that was the slogan. It's her turn, right? This presidency was theirs. It was taken from them. And they certainly had contempt for Trump voters. Hillary Clinton, after all, dismissed people as deplorables. And so we know, according to the book Shattered, which was an insider account of the Clinton campaign, that immediately they decided to blame Russia rather than looking at Hillary Clinton's own record.
Oh, but that started as early as the convention. Do you remember Trump said it was about the emails? And he said, maybe Russia can release them. Trump had this line. They were already sort of putting that in the water stream beforehand.
Well, yeah. In fact, one of the things we learned in the first Trump term, when it comes to disclosures about Russiagate, was that, John Ratcliffe, he declassified notes from John Brennan, the director of the CIA, who in July of 2016, just as the Russia investigation is beginning, he wrote that U.S. intelligence had picked up Russia.
And Star Lion says, Luke, hold yourself to the Ron Unz standard. You'd be easier to listen to. Remember, be less like Dennis Prager or Hugh Hewitt. Be less of a cheerleader. Be more like Ron Unz and Jeffrey Sachs. I do not want to be like Ron Unz and Jeffrey Sachs, while I recognize that they sometimes do some good work. The just gross recklessness, irresponsibility of both of those characters. Ron Unz wrote an entire essay on how Judaism is satanic, and he admitted, I don't know much about Judaism. It's just, he is just so bizarrely reckless, and I think he's just a terrible model. Right, another reality check here I thought was very powerful by
it's about sex, except sex. Sex is about power. In the first episode, Everything is About Sex, I tackled the first claim in the quote and discussed that most productive output is actually sublimated sexual impulse that cannot find a socially acceptable outlet. Check it out if you haven't done so already. Today, we'll be rounding out the discussion. Let's get to it. Now, the second part of this quote, that sex is really about power, is also food for thought. Outside of single-armed combat, sexual selection is one of the clearest methods of determining men's relative power rankings. No woman is attracted to weakness.
Just a clear, powerful insight, right? No woman is attracted to weakness. And the reason that a large number of men get much of their sense of their own value from their ability to have sex with attractive women is that there are some strong evolutionary reasons for this.
More powerful the man, not only in terms of physical strength, but in terms of social strength as well, the more he has access to more and more attractive women. So much so that the attractiveness of a particular woman is often used to gauge the social power of the man that she's with. The fact,
right, when we see a man married to an ugly woman or with an ugly girlfriend, we think he's got low self-esteem. I mean, that's one of the first things that jumps out to me. Unless, all right, I recognize that he has made a commitment to a family, all right, and having a lot of kids can take quite a toll on a woman. But I think we all have that thought going through our heads.
The fact that sex might really be about power explains something that might otherwise be rather disconcerting, namely the transgressive nature of most male pornography. Like, there are some disturbing themes in this technology. But despite the prevalence of such content, we haven't seen a dramatic uptick in the type of behavior that it depicts. This is because pornography serves a kind of wish fulfillment function. And the wish that most men, consciously or not, want fulfilled is power, which makes sense as the average man is and is becoming increasingly powerless. Male pornography depicts transgression in two general ways: aggression and violation. Aggressive, even violent depictions of sex are a direct fulfillment of the wish for power. In these fantasies, the men take what they want, and there's nothing the women can do about it. Whatever the social ramifications, the men are above the consequences of their actions, which is kind of like the fantasy of omnipotence. In it is the expression of sexuality without consideration of the woman or fear of retaliation. She is an object, which is precisely what everything looks like.
And Star Lion's got a critique here. No offense, Luke. I do love your content on occasion, but you cannot hold a candle to Ron Owens or Jeffrey Sachs and their body of work unless we're interested in porn. Well, why do you venerate Ron Owens and Jeffrey Sachs? Because they provide so much emotional fulfillment to you, right? They are peddling frequently bogus and idiotic narratives, but they meet your needs to feel special and distinctive. And I am not nearly as good at meeting your emotional needs by telling you bogus narratives that you want to believe show that you're a superior man, right? I cannot cater, I will not cater to your maladaptive emotional needs that are isolating you and making you less effective in life just to gain your admiration. Right, I think selling you things that are bad for you is immoral, and I don't want to do it. And what Ron Owens and Jeffrey Sachs have to sell you is bad for you at such a high ratio that it's worth dismissing them as credible sources of information.
Like through the lens of omnipotence. However, male pornography can also be transgressive by means of violation, that is, the breaking of social norms or taboos. There is, after all, nothing more attractive than forbidden fruit. The more sex absolutely shouldn't happen, the more alluring it can become. And the breaking of taboos is also related to the embodiment of power, albeit in a more indirect way. On some level, both men and women understand that women will do more things sexually for a man she is more attracted to. As they say online, women make rules for betas and break rules for alphas. And this means the more rules a woman breaks, the stronger her attraction and the more powerful that man is in her perception. So the violation of social norms is arousing precisely because it suggests the man is so irresistibly attractive, so powerful, that the woman must act on her sexual impulses irrespective of the consequences.
Okay, I think those are some powerful insights there from Orion Taraban. Sean Spicer has a powerful interview here with John Thompson. Is it John Thompson? Right, I've also got NatCon Squad. Whew, I had to do so much navigating of Streamlabs and Streamlabs OBS that it was quite tiring before I even started today's show.
Congress didn't know they included the Steele dossier, but only in what was briefed to Barack Obama himself and senior national security officials and Donald Trump. So they used the Steele dossier to back this intelligence community assessment, but we didn't know that. We never received that in the declassified version that the American public saw, and even the top secret version delivered to Congress, they never had it. But this HPSI report, which was authored under Devin Nunes, who Americans continue to owe a debt of gratitude to, as well as, of course, Kash Patel and others. What this HPSI report shows is that the intelligence community assessment that Putin aspired for Trump to win, preferred him over Clinton, was based on utter garbage that the CIA collected human intelligence reports that the CIA officials wouldn't even publish, wouldn't even use. But John...
I remember having profound disagreements with our old friend Josh Randall. He saw intelligence agencies having much more power in America than I did. And now I'm thinking back to his allegations. So trying to understand the legacy of Russiagate and the epistemic inversion that occurred. So the entire basis of Russiagate has collapsed, right? The foundational claims for Russiagate have crumbled. So this is a classic case of post-normal science. We had a policy-driven narrative by our left-of-center elites of Trump as Putin's puppet. And this was upheld and created not because of evidence, but because it was in the institutions of those, it was pushed by those with the power to do so because they dominated our institutions, right? We had a collaboration between our intelligence agencies, our left-of-center politicians, and the elite media. And many people in our intelligence agencies knew that on an empirical basis there was absolutely no evidence of a direct Trump-Russia link, but they allowed the narrative to flourish to promote their own institutional and political agenda. So you had the weaponization of information. We had people like John Brennan who selectively used classified briefings to shape political perceptions. Right? We had this epistemic asymmetry. Right? Epistemics refers to how do we know what we know. So the public was locked out of the data and yet expected to accept the conclusions of our intelligence elites. So what we had was not merely propaganda. We had a structurally coerced politics legitimized in secrecy by our elites. And our elite media just took this narrative fed to them by our intelligence and left-of-center political elites and ran with it. Right? Outlets like the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, MSNBC, they all treated preliminary, unverified claims as settled fact. Right? The news media, elite news media, operated as surrogate forms of governance. We had the CIA, the FBI, NSA outsourcing their message through selective leaks to friendly news media sources. And the legacy media abandoned normal, natural, and healthy skepticism in favor of reinforcing a narrative that Trump was not legitimately elected because it was in their interest, just as supporters of Donald Trump furthered a narrative that Donald Trump was robbed of the 2020 election, right? Even against the evidence that there was no substantial rigging on an empirical basis of that election. So what we have is this steady devolution from public deliberation and public discussion and from voting and the power of the political and of the people to govern themselves towards ever more epistemic theater where elites collaborate and conspire to present false pictures of reality, and more of what should be an open topic of conversation and of the balance of power politics is removed from the political to the realm of supposedly these disinterested experts, and we're not expert enough to question their expertise. And so elites will argue that we need all this censorship. We need particularly censorship on social media because it constitutes election interference, right? They want to reduce our political choices. They have created this feedback loop, right? A weak claim becomes a legitimizing myth, which then justifies restricting democratic speech to protect the myth from empirical truth, right? This is about expert rule, creating a self-affirming regime of truth, which regular people often feel that something's not right here, but they may not necessarily have the ability to break down what exactly is happening. But this is why trust in our institutions is collapsing, right? When institutions use their knowledge monopoly to mislead and manipulate, they diminish social trust, right? And the erosion of trust in our institutions is not irrational, right? It is a reasonable reaction to this epistemic overreach. And the solution is not more expert gatekeeping, right? We need renewed mechanisms for public contestation of elite claims. So Russiagate functioned as a textbook case of epistemic closure. We had narratives built from opaque processes that were enforced by institutional power, that are upheld by elite media actors who are posing as neutral arbiters. And that legacy lives on, not just in mistrust of our institutions, but in a political system still ruled by narratives that just supposed to hold sway over us, even without empirical validation.
Brennan directed the analysts to use it in developing this intelligence community assessment. And so what they conclude in this HIPSI report are a couple things. One, that Brennan directed that these 3 substandard intelligence reports in connection with the ICA be used, which contained information that was, quote, unclear, of uncertain origin, potentially biased, or implausible. And that, directly quoting here from HIPSI's investigation, those became foundational sources for the ICA judgment that Putin preferred Trump over Clinton. And then, maybe even more damning than that, quote, one scant, unclear, and unverifiable fragment of a sentence from one of these substandard reports constitutes the only classified information cited to suggest Putin aspired to help Trump win. Now, there are many other revelations from this report, including, for example, and there's been some light made of this in media reports, that Russia had all of this damning information, for example, about Hillary Clinton's health issues and mental state, and that they sat on that. So if they wanted Trump to win, why didn't they release that?
So another bizarre part of the elite news media narrative over the past few years is how majority rule is a threat to democracy. The people of California, for example, voted in a referendum to suspend certain forms of social welfare payments to illegal aliens, and then the California Supreme Court just overruled that, said that's unconstitutional, right? The people don't get to choose such things. And it used to be that objections to majority rule primarily came from conservatives and people on the right, and now it's dominantly coming from the left. So majority rule is not a threat to democracy. Majority rule is an example of democracy. What majority rule threatens is liberalism, the idea that we have all these inalienable rights that cannot be taken away by the political process. So the more democracy you have, the less liberalism you have, right? The fewer inalienable rights you have, the more power that the democratic processes have, because then rights can be taken away if the people vote in that direction. So in the 1950s, it was largely right-of-center pro-capitalist forces in Europe that embraced concepts such as universal human rights and the individual freedoms supported by classical liberalism. Since the late 1960s, it's primarily been the left that has embraced international human rights. And over the past, 5 years, I just keep seeing all these references to majority rule is a great threat to democracy. You see this particularly in the New York Times and the Atlantic, right? All these essays questioning the risk of majority rule because it's a threat to democratic norms and to minority rights. And conservatives still, on occasion, voice concerns about minority rule when it suits their interest. But the left has become obsessed with this, right? They fear a united people, right? Populism requires a united people, and a united people can overthrow elite rule. Elite rule depends upon a divided people, whereby the elites can pick off coalitions with various parts of the populace.
And information. We know that the intelligence community didn't consider a whole slew of plausible alternative explanations for these assessments. But when you start to go down the rabbit hole of what the intelligence community actually used to claim that Russia preferred Trump over Clinton and that they aspired to help him win, you find that there's no there. It's basically all hearsay, and the intelligence community couldn't even find the sources or necessarily the sub-sources of some of these claims. So it's remarkable the garbage that they laundered through these reports. We kind of always assumed it, but now we have a lot of the details that have been lacking for years.
So why haven't there been charges brought against Russiagate? One answer is that a federal grand jury is impaneled in Washington, D.C., and people who serve on grand juries in Washington, D.C., or people in Washington, D.C. in general, vote for the Democratic Party about 20-1. And so it's very difficult for Republicans to get grand juries impaneled in Washington, D.C. to side with them. And so John Durham brought charges that grand jury would not support. So if Trump's going to be effective, he is going to have to probably impanel grand juries outside of Washington, D.C. And that there is a discussion here. Let me fast forward. Sean Spicer talking with John Solomon.
Let me walk you through it. In April of this year, Kash Patel, who, by the way, is one of the authors on the House Intelligence Committee.
Nunes memo, yeah.
That's right. He knows it, right? He opened up what we call a grand conspiracy case. What does that mean? It takes a look at everything from the clearing of Hillary Clinton on July 5th, 2016, when James Comey had just gotten new evidence suggesting she shouldn't be cleared. He waves his magic wand and clears her. That moment, that day, through the Russia collusion investigation, through the Ukraine impeachment, through ignoring the Chinese intervention in the 2020 election, to Jack Smith raiding the Mar-a-Lago home of President Trump, and then bringing charges in Florida as one ongoing conspiracy. The federal government repeatedly misusing its intelligence and law enforcement.
And not every act of bad governance and dishonesty and conspiracy is a crime. So that's another possible answer to why there haven't been charges brought yet on Russiagate. So the Obama administration may have done all sorts of bad things in this regard, but they're not necessarily crimes. So there is a tendency, I think, that is stronger on the left and stronger in elite circles than among regular Americans, that what is right and what is wrong depends on legality. And if something's really bad, then it's a crime. And if something's not a crime, then it's not really bad. But legality and illegality is not necessarily a great measure of what is moral or antisocial. So it's entirely possible that the Obama administration conspired to act in ways against the interests of the American people, and yet it was not a crime.
Powers to help the Democrats and to falsely harm Republicans, often with bogus allegations, as one conspiracy. When you do that, you get the advantage of what a RICO case against the mob or a drug cartel does. It allows you to go back and charge events outside of the statute of limitations and say, clearing Hillary Clinton and starting Russia collusion is connected to raiding Mar-a-Lago and indicting President Trump for classified documents because they knew Biden had the same problem, so they had to get ahead of it and create a problem for the Republicans. When they do that, the statute of limitation goes away. Now, a second problem for people who know how the system really works also goes away. If you bring this case in Washington, D.C. with a 92% Democratic jury poll, you're not getting a conviction. That's what John Durham found out the hard way. He had two pretty good cases. He lost both of them. But in this case, you can start with the most current acts, the acts that occurred in Florida, and impanel the grand jury in that city because they're the most recent acts, and then go back and charge the earlier there. That gives you a more neutral jury poll in Florida, more common sense jury poll in Florida, and gives the potential hope. Now, if that's how this is going to go, Kash Patel has already lit the fuse. The next step that the Justice Department traditionally does when it investigates a conspiracy like a racketeering conspiracy where they're going after the drug cartels or when they're going after the mob in the 80s and 90s, you create a federal strike force. You take your best prosecutors, your best agents, your best intelligence analysts, you put them on one team and you say, go down and find all the overt acts and tell me if they're criminal. And when that happens, you then assign a prosecutor, you bring indictments. I believe Tulsi Gabbard's referrals, the recent releases by John Ratcliffe, the recent releases by Kash Patel's FBI, has opened the door for Pam Bondi to name a strike force. My reporting indicates that decision could be made as early as the next week. That's the way the Justice Department would handle any other case. if they name a strike force, this is getting serious. It means that Barack Obama, John Brennan.
So the elite news media is universally describing Tulsi Gabbard's allegations as bunk and saying there'll never be charges brought in this area. So you have to go to dissident sources such as Sean Spicer and John Solomon to find any kind of argument that there might be criminal charges brought with regard to the Russiagate.
Brennan and James Comey are going to be treated like the godfathers in the mafia and the drug kingpins and the cartels, and they're going to face a strike force investigation. Now, at the end of the day, you have to prove it's a crime. You got to convince a grand jury before anything happens. But the naming of a strike force would be an amazing statement to everybody who's been pleading for accountability.
That's amazing. Because, again, I think it speaks to the reality of this. Is it real? Is it just for show? Are you trying to distract us? But so in your opinion, what we need to look for is, does this strike force get named? That's what we should look for.
Yeah, that would be the way. Any other case like Kash Patel opened, that's how they...
So I fed the YouTube transcript of this John Solomon conversation with Sean Spicer into Chat GPT and paired it with my favorite Stephen Turner books and essays, and asked for a Stephen Turner-based analysis of what's going on in this video. And so this is what Chat GPT gave me. So he says, Stephen Turner's core insight is that expert authority depends on institutional trust. Once that trust is broken, you get alternative epistemic authorities. And so we have the guest here, John Solomon, reframing high-profile intelligence officials such as Brennan and Clapper and Comey, not as experts, but as partisan political operatives. And so he claims that the Steele dossier was already discredited when these intelligence officers used it. And therefore, that undermines the legitimacy of their claims. And it undermines the legitimacy of the institutions that push the Russiagate hoax. So what we have here is a case of epistemic enclosure, where only certain institutions get to produce the truth. And Solomon flips this. He presents an alternative network of truth tellers like Kash Patel, various whistleblowers, various Freedom of Information Act documents who operate outside the institutional gate. So this is not anti-expert, it's counter-expert. These are counterclaims of expertise. But we are shifting the source of knowledge here from official bureaucracies and official channels to individualized dissident sources. So Stephen Turner notes epistemic institutions are embedded in power. And so we have an analysis here from John Solomon noting that these powers are manipulating intelligence to manufacture Russiagate, that they are hijacking the intelligence and using epistemic capture and closure to try to limit public discussion. So elite knowledge thrives on secrecy and procedural complexity. Right? This is epistemic opacity. And so the populist response is to invoke radical transparency, right? Cite documents, memos, names, declassified documents, right? Use transparency as a populist blade, right? Documents, memos. So we normally have technocratic elites using moral justifications, what's best for democracy. And now we have John Solomon flipping the script. He makes the moral case for exposing this elite corruption. Right? He is for protecting the wrongly accused and confronting institutional deceptions. So this is a new type of epistemology with moral urgency. Right? This is truth as justice, not as elite consensus. Right? Expert consensus typically develops and unfolds in secret, and when it is revealed to the public, it is presented as though this is an expert consensus. And John Solomon is skipping that process. He is giving us real-time judgment. We now know it was all a hoax. So this immediate verdict short circuits the secret elite consensus forming and plotting and manipulation to fuel political reaction right now. Elites try to protect their privileges and their status by claiming to be neutral pursuers of the truth. And John Solomon is countering this with his own meta-journalism, exposing the journalists who colluded with the intelligence community. So we have an epistemic legitimacy among our institutions that is socially constructed. And so now we have a presentation of the illegitimacy of much of our elite intelligence community and Barack Obama and his institution, right? We now see a shadow cabal using institutions for partisan ends in John Solomon's presentation. So we've got a new villain class, right, revealing how authority was concentrated and weaponized against the people. So we have John Solomon not just rejecting the elite epistemic model, he inverts it. He leverages these critiques of institutional authority and constructs a populist counter-epistemology. He doesn't ask viewers to reject expertise. He asks them to shift which expertise they trust. So expertise doesn't disappear in a democracy under stress. It mutates. It shifts from institutions to influences, from credentialed panels to curated leaks.
They would deal with it. The ball is in Pam Bondi's court. Let's see if she shoots the 3-point.
All right.
John Brennan runs it. Lots of the intelligence community gets cut out of being able to weigh in on it. It's just the FBI and James Comey, Brennan, Clapper, and the NSA. All the other intelligence agencies, the 14 other intelligence agencies who had concluded Putin did not have a favorite candidate just a couple months earlier, they're cut out. And these three work on something that goes contrary to the evidence. And they draw this important conclusion in part from the assessment of Christopher Steele's dossier. In December 16, when they're doing that, the following things had already happened. The FBI had fired Christopher Steele because of misconduct as an informant. He was leaking to the press. The CIA had warned that Christopher Steele's network was infiltrated by Russian spies. So what he was perpetrating could potentially be Russian disinformation. The FBI had assessed every sentence in the Steele dossier by December of 2016 and concluded that none could be corroborated and many had been debunked. In other words, it was garbage intelligence. And despite that, John Brennan puts pressure alongside of Jim Comey to get this in the report and to drive this conclusion that will save the face of Hillary Clinton. Vladimir Putin did this, not Donald Trump. We now know that to be bad trade crap. By the way, it violated the rules of the intelligence community directive that governed how you did assessment. So they knew they were violating their own rules when they did this.
So, John, the narrative has long been that there were two issues. One, that Donald Trump colluded with Russia, which I know from being on that campaign, it never was completely false and was manufactured 100%. During the campaign, as a side note, the narrative was we were too dumb to collude with ourselves. And then suddenly after the election, you were that good that you were colluding with Russia, whatever. And the Mueller report clearly cast doubt on that. The other narrative that you're talking about
more importantly, let me stop you for 1 second. This is important. First off, you were always right at the podium, Sean. That is something that history has shown to be. You told the American people the truth, that it was Adam Schiff and all of these other characters that were lying to the American people. But while the Mueller report cast doubt on it, saying they found no criminal conspiracy, John Durham went further. In 2023, his report said there wasn't ever, at the beginning, the middle, or the end of the investigation into Russia collusion, any evidence of Russia collusion. So Durham was even far more definitive in what he ultimately concluded.
Okay, but that's what I wanted to get to with, because there is this perpetual narrative that while the collusion piece, we're kind of willing to give you guys that you probably didn't collude with them, which again isn't even most folks in the media won't even give you that, despite the reality. I mean, just that it's ridiculous. Okay.
So you didn't have to have a sophisticated understanding of epistemology to be able to decode the BS. And so that's why Trump supporters and populists and those who'd become increasingly skeptical of our leading institutions did not fall for Russiagate. What I'm trying to present here is a method of understanding how this happened and how it came to dominate certain narratives.
Okay, but what you're getting at, that this report today, declassified report from the Intelligence Committee in the House, and that the Durham report says, is that in fact, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I want to make sure that I'm emphasizing this enough, that it is your conclusion, based on the report that was released today and what John Durham said and others, that in fact Putin did not 100% do things that would have benefited Donald Trump. That seems to be something the media won't concede.
Yeah, that's right. At least we can say he didn't intend to. That his
So I want to present a discussion between three sophisticated members of the news media elite who are generally quite fair to the MAGA crowd, even though at least two of these people come from the left. We've got Dan Turrentine here and Batya Ungar Sargon, who is coming from a left-wing Marxist perspective, but in support of MAGA, and Mark Halperin, who is a pretty fair-minded centrist. But these are all three elite members of the news media.
What's the connection between the director of national intelligence accusing Barack Obama of treason and the Epstein story? What's the connection between those two things?
Well, I think there's skepticism because the Trump administration has had trouble trying to keep a lid on.
So Donald Trump does peddle an awful lot of nonsense, and his administration does claim, a lot of bogus things. And so there is understandable skepticism about Tulsi Gabbard's claims.
The Epstein story, it was only a few weeks ago, Donald Trump was like, who's still talking about that? Why are you asking me about it? They've obviously tried to shut down any inquiry in the House. And all of a sudden, why does the D&I director choose this day to drop the bomb that she did? And then later that day, the Wall Street Journal comes out and says that, in fact, the DOJ had briefed Donald Trump earlier in the month that his name is in the Epstein files. So it leads a lot of people to wonder that, as Bill Clinton likes to say, if you see a turtle on a fence post, it didn't get there by accident. Why was the timing of the DOJ story for what a lot of people...
So just because a narrative feels good doesn't mean that it's true. And so I'll admit, as someone who generally aligns with Donald Trump and MAGA and the populist revolt against institutional abuse, this Tulsi Gabbard narrative feels good, but I'm not going to claim it's true, just as Bibi Netanyahu's attack on Iran feels good to me. As a Zionist, a convert to Orthodox Judaism, it felt great to me. It felt great that Donald Trump joined in the bombing of Iran's nuclear facilities, but just because something feels good to me doesn't mean that it's necessarily the right policy. So here is what I want to talk about with regard to this video discussion. You'll hear Mark Halperin saying soon that winning presidential elections largely comes down to winning daily news cycles, right? I think it's a neat theory, but is it true? Is there strong evidence for it? And I don't buy it, all right? And so political campaigns for decades have deliberately leaked to Mark Halperin to try to steer the narrative and to try to win news cycles. And Mark Halperin's theory is you control the narrative each day, and therefore you control electoral momentum. But I'm not sure that's true. When Kamala Harris became the Democratic nominee, she seemed to win the news narrative, the news cycle almost every day for about a month, but she did not shift into a winning position, right? Even though she reclaimed some votes for the Democratic Party, she was never in a position to win the 2024 election. So horse race journalism distracts, but it does not decide. The effects of political campaigns are quite minimal, right? Election forecasting relies on fundamentals, not on narrative spin. There's a lot of social media buzz, and it sometimes has some predictive power, but it doesn't determine outcomes. There's no strong evidence on Mark Halperin's side. And psychology and narrative resonance probably matter more than winning the news cycle.
At least on our side of the aisle, say there's nothing really in there. There's no allegation of a crime. So obviously we'll probably get to that, but the timing certainly seems suspicious.
I have to say, with peace, love, and understanding and respect, that the expression is, if you see a turtle on a fence post, it didn't get there by itself.
Yes,
rather than by accident. Our Kansans like myself are rigorous with our wording. Batya, I'm so confused. I have people in my life who I trust who say that the Tulsi Gabbard thing is like on direct orders from Donald Trump to get back in his good graces. She has invented this thing. And then I have people in my life who say, how could the media not be taking seriously Barack Obama leading a vast conspiracy to try to destroy Donald Trump? How's a simple citizen like myself supposed to choose between those two options?
I think there's also a third option, which is that she truly does believe it and there's no there. And I think that's kind of where I've landed. I have immense.
So Batya Ungar-Sargon is widely derided, even though she's a leftist in many ways. She has a PhD in English literature from UC Berkeley. She's married to a fellow Cal Berkeley professor because she so consistently supports Donald Trump. But I find her a fresh, interesting voice in punditry, and I respect here that she does not go along with the Trump administration narrative. I think she has more credibility when she doesn't simply accept a narrative, even though it aligns with her general pro-MAGA talking points.
Respect for her. I don't think she would do anything as cynical as push something out that she didn't believe was real and damning. I just don't think that at the end of the day she had the goods. The whole thing, as far as I can tell, hangs on the idea that there was intelligence before.
Right. It speaks well of Batya, and it makes it more interesting that she just doesn't automatically buy into what Tulsi Gabbard and the Bush administration are trying to sell. Bob says in the chat, I'm sure that Mark Halperin is flattered to have a belief system that makes him the puppet master. Well, I think my perception, my experience is that listening to Mark Halperin during the 2024 election, particularly the last 6 months, last 8 months of the 2024 American presidential election, that he was more valuable and more powerful with his insights into what was happening than every other source put together, because he was getting leaked information of internal polls, which are much more lavishly funded and are much more precise and exact than the public polls. And so for months prior to the final election day, he was talking about these private polls from both sides of the political spectrum that placed Donald Trump in position to win the election, that the Sunbelt states were out of contestation, that it was very clear months ahead of the election that Donald Trump was going to sweep all three of the Sunbelt states. Remember, there were 6 states under contention. There were the 3 Sunbelt states, Nevada, I think Arizona, was it North Carolina, that were going to, they were half of the key states for winning the election. And then the Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And Halperin had the inside scoop for many months prior to Election Day that Donald Trump had a lock on the Sunbelt swing states. Therefore, the Democratic campaign had to essentially sweep the Rust Belt states, and things were not looking good for it, even during the weeks where Kamala Harris was receiving adulatory media coverage. So Halperin frequently does have the inside scoop that is superior, from my experience, every other source of information on an American presidential election.
Before Donald Trump took office in September-ish, that suggested that the tallies had not been altered by Russia, and that what Russia had done was intervene, but it didn't state explicitly on behalf of whose campaign. But the report that it was replaced with, supposedly in this dastardly fashion to undermine Trump, says very similar things. It says that the tallies were not changed, which is something Barack Obama himself specifically came out and said.
So what the news media reported about Russiagate was usually empirically false. It was just framed in a way that met the emotional needs of Trump haters who did not understand how he could have won the 2016 election. So you can say all sorts of things that are empirically true, but frame them in a way to meet a fraudulent narrative. And so even though what the elite news media was usually retailing was empirically true, it was framed in a way that met the narrative that Russia and Trump hacked the 2016 election, for which there was never any evidence. But the belief among haters of Donald Trump is just widespread that the 2016 election was hacked. And they had an enormous desire to buy into this fraudulent narrative. And the media would say things that were empirically true, but were presented in a fashion to meet this enormous hunger. So people subscribe to the New York Times and other elite media sources, not so much to get the news, but to promote a partisan agenda and to try to promote a particular framing of current events that works to their own partisan advantage.
And it also says that primarily Russia used influence by undermining, then it does name Hillary Clinton. So, but that the whole idea that there's a huge difference between the intelligence they suppressed and the intelligence they supplied us with hangs on the idea that we wouldn't have known that the campaign that was hacked was Hillary Clinton's campaign, but we knew that. So to me, and I say this as someone who thinks the Russiagate hoax is one of the greatest scandals in American history. I think probably many people are dead because Donald Trump was not able to, for example, enact a border policy that he would have liked to, which would have prevented people from dying of fentanyl, because he was mired in this nonsense, which was obviously the elites coming together to suppress this populist revolt.
So there are a lot of commentators who are interesting. Richard Spencer comes to mind, Niall Ferguson comes to mind, and what often makes them so interesting is that they do not optimize for truth. And Niall Ferguson, right, he has the money, he has the resources to hire a fact checker, but he doesn't want the restrictions that come with optimizing for truth. And so I'm probably going to regret this, but my good friend Bob is pushing a particular Niall Ferguson clip. And so it'll probably be quite interesting, right? Niall Ferguson is consistently interesting, but what makes him so interesting is he gets to play in a realm where he's not putting a priority on truth. And you can say a lot more things and you can sound profound when you play in the realm outside of truth. So if Niall Ferguson is saying, bogus things here, is because he has chosen to create a realm to play in that is not tethered to truth.
I think it'd be extremely hard to write a biography of any statesman of our time because of the ways in which records are not preserved. One of the reasons I can write a very, very rigorous account of Kissinger's time in government is that we have voluminous.
So my hackles are raised when Niall Ferguson talks about rigorous, because he has just published and uttered so much nonsense, and he portrays himself as a historian. That's what I primarily am. He tries to leverage the prestige that he rightly developed in his early years for his solid academic work, but he has become intoxicated by the fame, influence, power, and status that accumulates from being a pundit. So this is how public intellectuals work. They try to leverage their legitimate expertise that they've developed through hard work and then try to jump from there to punditry.
Documentation. It's the best documented administration in history, the Nixon administration, not least because Nixon taped everything.
We have signal chats today.
Well, that's it. Do we? I mean, how much of this stuff will be preserved? It's only because accidentally Jeffrey Goldberg got invited into that national security signal chat group that we know what was discussed before the raids on the Houthis. Most administrations, and I think this goes back certainly to the Obama administration, do not seem to have kept good records of the things that the communications that they did off official emails. And Trump is not a particularly document-oriented person. So I think writing the history of the Trump administration will be extremely difficult. And I don't envy future historians that challenge. I'm not even sure it'll be possible to do history in the way that I've done it for these more recent presidencies or indeed governments in Britain.
And does that worry you for the historical record?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge problem if we can't actually
from Chicago
the events of political, or for that matter, economic life. If we lose the ability to think historically about the recent past, then I think we enter a kind of fog of uncertainty and unclarity.
Okay, he's probably right. The problem is there's just so much nonsense you have to wade through with Niall Ferguson that usually it's not worth it. Back to Butcher.
Represented by Donald Trump. It was horrible. But to me, the idea that this is a smoking gun actually undermines the crime of Russiagate, and calling President Obama a traitor in this way seems to me to be distracting from Donald Trump's actual...
Right, Bob Altberger, he optimizes for controversy, and he optimizes for that which is exciting, which is very different from that which is profound and true. And he's jolly lucky that he's got me guiding him.
Accomplishments right now.
Yeah, Dan, let me pick up on two things Bacha said and take them to you. One is, I couldn't agree more with what Bacha said. And people, except, deniers who have TDS, have to understand the frustration that President Trump and those who worked in his first term feel, and his supporters, they feel that his ability to do his job and accomplish things was hampered by a hoax. It's an incredible story that, rather than read about it in the New York Times and Washington Post, you can read about their winning Pulitzer Prizes for pretending it was not a hoax. It's kind of incredible. You can understand the frustration, but at the same time, I remember one moment early in my career when I covered the Clinton White House. Tom Friedman back then was a reporter, not a columnist in the New York Times. And he was listening to a briefing one day the Clinton folks were doing that was just filled with poppycock. And he said, where I come from in Minnesota, we call that a lie. And had quite an impression on me. I thought about that. Sometimes as a reporter, you got to call it out. To accuse a former president of engaging in a conspiracy and committing treason, where I come from, you don't do that without the goods. You don't do that without chapter and verse. And frankly, you don't do it in public. You do a criminal referral to the Justice Department. So it's hard for me to understand what Tulsi Gabbard is doing.
It might be a conspiracy that is not sufficient to justify legal prosecution. Doesn't mean it's not bad, and doesn't mean that it's not worthy of scrutiny and criticism.
As something on the up and up. Dan.
I mean, that makes two of us. I don't understand it. I keep going back to Russia interfered in the election. There's no dispute. Russia interfered to harm Hillary Clinton. There is no dispute about that. The Russians didn't think Donald Trump would win. So
that is all true, but there's never any substantial evidence that Russian interference determined the 2016 election.
Where the administration seems to be trying to split the difference is, well, the allegation in the media was the Russians attempted to help Donald Trump. Okay, true. They were not explicitly trying to help Donald Trump, but they were trying to hurt Hillary Clinton. And in doing so, they did end up assisting Donald Trump, who ended up winning a very close election. I think, look, I understand the frustration of Trump. I think part of this is he always likes to take all credit for victory, right? It is entirely him. I mean, other than the one time he kind of acknowledged Susie Wiles as being
yes, I think this is very sharp, accurate criticism here by Dan.
Great campaign manager. He historically has made it all about him. And I think it really bothers him that he won a close election and he knows that he got an assist. And, I think it was appropriate to investigate whether there was something more there. I respect Bob Mueller's report.
Okay, this is the kind of posing that I find dismaying with Niall Ferguson.
Two-way, and they know that you heard about it on this show. So please do that. Indeed.com/two-way. Terms and conditions apply. If you're hiring, Indeed is all you need.
Hurry up. Get to the point.
Here comes Neil, and then here comes Trump versus Obama, which you won't hear about on my podcast because it just happened. Neil, welcome. Thank you for making time. You're about the busiest person I know, so I couldn't be happier to have you here.
So Halperin just keeps blaming this guy for being brilliant, and he sounds brilliant. Absolutely sounds brilliant. But a key reason why he sounds so brilliant is because he does not confine himself to that which is true. And so he retails, he sells us an awful lot of pseudo-profundity, stuff that sounds profound, but just falls apart upon investigation.
It's a pleasure to be with you, Mark, and I'm looking forward to this, although you have to bear in mind that you follow the news cycle a lot more closely than I. I'm a historian. I spend a large part of my time in the past, so you're kind of wrenching.
All right, this is just infuriating. Right, his primary claim to fame is being a pundit. It's not for being a historian. And so he claims to be primarily a historian, and yet his fame and his fortune come from his choosing to put that aside and to instead focus on punditry without much fidelity to truth. And so this phony pretense is annoying.
Me into the present with all of this Trump v. Obama stuff.
He's famous primarily for his punditry, not for his history. And he's saying, oh, I'm so reluctant to talk about current events.
But I'll do my best.
You'll do just fine. It's a shame that we couldn't clone you, because if we could clone you, you could co-host the show every night, or better, take over the show every night. But we'll take you for an hour. We'll see how it goes. Again, if you want to get in on the conversation, please raise your hand for an opportunity. Some people pay $80,000 a year to enroll in a top university to be able to ask Neil a question once a semester. This one's a freebie. No 80 grand. So if you want to be in the conversation, please raise your hand. All right, let's start, because I want to get to a bunch of stuff, including Russia, because I'm eager to ask you what you think's happening there. But let's start with Obama and Trump. And again, in the historical context, two United States presidents going at it like schoolboys fighting over the last piece of fudge. Here is President Trump today in the Oval Office talking about Barack Obama, says he was the ringleader along with Hillary Clinton. This would be number one of an attempt to basically put Donald Trump in prison for colluding with Russia. Number one, please.
Barack Hussein Obama is the ringleader. Hillary Clinton was right there with him, and so was Sleepy Joe Biden, and so were the rest of them. Comey.
Out of his mouth. So when he says biggest scandal in American history, I judge it on that basis. One more thing, and then I'm going to ask you your thoughts on this, and I'll start with some history. This is Barack Obama, who his normal attitude when Donald Trump accuses him of stuff, his normal attitude is this. Get ahead.
Right. It was telling that Obama reacted with a public statement.
But today, he did care enough to have his spokesperson put out this statement, number 5. They put it also on X. Here's what President Obama's office said, not President Obama, but his office. Out of respect for the office,
constrained behavior by presidents in and out of office. But in many ways, President Trump has taken American politics back to the 19th century, not only ideologically, tariffs, exclusion on immigration, but also stylistically. And so this is much more the kind of politics that Americans were accustomed to in the 19th century. When Charles Dickens came to this country, the thing that most shocked him was the incredibly vituperative character of politics.
And then Niall Ferguson has to make a good point.
Which was much nastier than English politics to which he was accustomed. Americans got more gentlemanly, especially in the politics after World War II. And so this seems shocking to us. But in fact, presidents and former presidents were always taking chunks and lumps out of one another back in the 19th century.
Okay, I tip my yarmulke to Niall Ferguson here for making an important point.
Of course, American political nastiness even produced a civil war back then. So that's how to think about this. Second historical bit of context, the biggest scandal in American political life in the last 100 years was certainly Watergate. And so whenever anybody tries to argue that this is the biggest scandal, they've set themselves a very high bar, because Watergate ultimately brought President Nixon down.
And what made Watergate such a big scandal is that it was removed from the realm of the political and placed in the realm of the sacred, that Richard Nixon and his allies engaged in behavior that sullied America, that sullied our sacred institutions. And so the various prosecutors of the Richard Nixon administration, whether in the news media or in law enforcement or in politics, they portrayed themselves as standing outside of history. They were not acting in their own particular petty personal interests. They were acting on behalf of America, trying to enact purification rituals. So when you see events like Watergate that are framed as existing in a liminal space outside of history, and that you've got one side that is posing as simply being morally outraged and not at all acting in their own interest, you are dealing in the realm of the sacred, in the realm of the holy, in the realm that is removed from reality.
And I'm not seeing anything yet that's going to lead to anything as ignominious as Richard Nixon's downfall.
Do you understand what Tulsi Gabbard is?
Right. He was destroyed because he managed to alienate virtually all the elites. And Donald Trump can get a lot done if he maintains the support of, say, 25% of our elites, but he can get virtually nothing done as long as he only has about 5% elite support. So let's get back to, I love this discussion here with Butcher and Dan Turrentine with Mark Halperin.
But it's not a hoax that Russia intervened in the election. And it's not a hoax that the Trump campaign.
Yeah, China intervened in our elections. Israel's intervened in our elections. All sorts of people intervene in our elections. You need to have a sense of context and a sense of how severe was this intervention, right? Different groups push their interests, but at no point was there ever evidence that Russian intervention was decisive in the 2016 American presidential election results.
Campaign talked to the Russians. The question was whether there was collusion, and that was not proved, and I respect it. But I get it. I get Trump's frustration.
Dan, I disagree with you, I think, because I think it has not been proven that what Russia did actually impacted the election. And what I mean by that is not that they didn't hack Hillary Clinton, they hacked her. It's not that they didn't buy.
Yes, there's absolutely no evidence that it was decisive. Now, impact the election, did it change 20 votes? Yeah, possibly. But there was never any evidence that it was decisive. And this is where I strongly disagree with Dan and Mark Halperin.
Ads targeted at Black people to suppress the vote. They did do that. But to prove that they actually had an impact on the election, you have to actually come up with hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, but you don't have to. I don't think you have to prove it. I think it's the opposite of what they say about chicken soup, right? It didn't help her.
What do you mean you don't have to prove it? Right, you need to compile evidence if you want your allegation taken seriously, and Halperin and Dan think that there's no need to compile evidence to make their point.
You can't quantify how much it hurt her.
The idea that in America...
why can't you quantify that? There's absolutely no evidence that it was decisive.
Would you have to come up with enough people in enough swing states who said, I would have gone, but I saw that.
I don't think you do. I don't think you do, Butcher. With respect, no. Here's all you have to do. Go look at every news cycle around the release of the DNC hacked emails.
Right, and Halperin thinks that news cycles determine who wins an American presidential election, and there's just no evidence for this.
Go look at how much they hijacked individual news cycles for her. There's a correlation between losing news cycles and doing worse in a campaign. So I reject the premise with respect. You have to prove it.
Batya,
how do you? You're saying you're saying
the candidate she was. How
of course,
she was.
Of course, but she almost. You know what? She almost won too. But you're setting a standard. But let me just say, you're setting a standard for saying, did something impact the campaign? That you have to find individual voters in vast numbers who say, yeah, that impacted me. I just don't think that's the standard we normally apply.
Of course it is. Where's the evidence that it happened? You're saying you don't need evidence to prove something happened. That's a ridiculous assertion,
No,
Mark.
I have evidence. I have evidence for you. I know that losing news cycles, it decreases your chances of...
That's a claim. That's not evidence. There's no evidence for this.
...winning. And I know the hacked emails caused her to lose many news cycles. I can't quantify how much it hurt her. Well, Batya did...
And we don't know that the hacked emails were distributed by Russia.
Did inflation hurt Joe Biden's and Kamala Harris's chances?
Yes, inflation made a substantial difference in the lives of real people. The hacked emails made no difference in the lives of 99% of the American people. Right? For most people, their material well-being, their economic standing, their economic security declined under the Biden administration, while it improved during certainly the first 3 years of the Trump administration.
We literally have people saying, I turned out to vote because of inflation. You don't have a single person who said, I didn't vote for Hillary Clinton because I read John Podesta's emails.
Well,
of course we do.
I disagree about that. I disagree about
someone who literally said, I didn't show up to vote because of the hacking of the...
Okay, so I have to side there with Batya, and I respect her for not buying into the narrative pushed by Tulsi. Right, Tulsi's narrative might be true, but gives at least Batya more credibility that she's not automatically siding with MAGA narratives. So we all tend to automatically just assume that our own particular hero system is the only valid hero system, and usually we take our hero system from our community. Australians tend to put their highest value on fairness. Americans tend to put their highest value on freedom. Here is an example of a different perspective, right? This is the Australian legal system and the Australian news media, where Australia has far more restrictions on speech compared to Americans. in line with Australians putting a higher priority on fairness.
Nine News took a similar approach. Its journos digging deep for something, anything, to fill 75 minutes of non-stop coverage.
Did you ever speak to Erin herself? No.
Before bringing us Murder by Mushroom and a camera attached to a fork.
Inside the trial. Guilty on all charges. Of the world's most infamous feast.
Auntie jumped on the bandwagon too. Hours of live coverage on its news channel.
Right, this is Media Watch on the national broadcaster, the Australian equivalent of PBS. All right, so this is federal government-funded broadcaster in Australia, the ABC. It's similar to the BBC in Britain.
As many as 8 minutes in its 7 p.m. bulletins and a wrap of the verdict on its nightly current affairs program, 7:30.
So when I go back to Australia, I'm kind of amazed at how boring the news is, right? That is the price that you have to pay when you have a much higher functioning society with more social cohesion and social trust and much less crime. So America is such an exciting country because there is so much danger, so much crime, much less cohesion and homogeneity, much more diversity, makes things very lively, very vibrant, very exciting. And so when Australia started its own version of 60 Minutes, the main bloke behind it recognized that there simply weren't enough interesting news stories in Australia to sustain a news magazine like 60 Minutes. And so he recognized from the outset that they'd have to get at least half of their news from overseas. And when I go back to Australia, it's kind of bizarre that leading the news or dominating the news will be, some B-grade celebrity in America, and it just makes no sense why the antics or the deaths of, B and C grade celebrities in America get so much prominence in Australia, until you recognize that because Australia has relatively little crime and is much more homogeneous and has much more social trust and social cohesion, it simply doesn't get as many vibrant, exciting things happening to create exciting news.
30. The following day, the newspapers let loose, serving up the headlines they'd had in the oven for weeks.
Killer in the kitchen.
Death cap stare.
Fungi fatal.
So the ABC tends towards the elite perspective on news.
Cooked.
The commercial channels are much more nationalist and populist. But in general, Australian news media is probably even more politically correct than American news media, while Australians in general are less politically correct than Americans.
The Age dedicated its first 7 pages to coverage of the guilty verdict, while the Herald Sun's 12-page special wrap concluded with a plug for its must-watch doco and hit podcast series, which has had, just a little competition.
The Mushroom Cook.
Mushroom Case Daily.
The Mushroom Trial.
Say Grace. Mushroom Murder Trial.
The Death Cap Murders.
The Trial of Erin Patterson.
But wait, there's more. More television specials, more docos, more books.
Recipe for
murder.
And of course, Toxic, Auntie's newest scripted drama. The guilty verdict was only the dramatic final scene of what has been the biggest press bonanza in living memory, as a veritable legion of journalists and documentary makers, presenters and podcasters descended on the regional Victorian town of Morwell. The Victorian Supreme Court was issuing daily alerts and information to no fewer than 252 separate email addresses during the case, including for 15 overseas outlets, 9 authors and 7 documentary crews, while accrediting for the case's audio stream 190
So Australian judges and the Australian judicial system has much more power than in the United States to stop reporting and open discussion, much less freedom of speech in Australia. And this realignment in values between Australia and America is because Australians and New Zealanders, they put much more emphasis on fairness, and Americans put much more emphasis on individual freedom.
Individual journalists. For some, it was an arduous and charged 9-week assignment, which one reporter discovered would change the course of his life.
The grind and my absence had made my partner of 24 years come to realise she no longer needed me in her life.
I was discarded like yesterday's newspaper, perhaps the last sad victim of Erin Patterson.
The media hordes provided the town of Morwell a wonderful bump in local coffee and, no doubt, beer sales, but also the occasional snafu, like when a clutch of journos, police and prosecutors were briefly accommodated in the same country hotel as, would you believe it, the jury.
In shambolic scenes, people were hiding in doorways to avoid contact and skipping breakfast, and residents forced to move rooms to avoid disturbing jury members.
Or, more gravely, when some overexcited members of the media grappled a little clumsily with that most antiquated tenet of criminal justice, a fair trial. Last week, the Victorian Supreme Court said it was
concerning to see some media outlets, commentators and individuals on social media purporting to cover the case and have updates on the hearing despite having no direct contact with the trial and no understanding of their legal responsibilities.
At the apex of those responsibilities is to not publish anything which hasn't been put before the jury or which presupposes a defendant's guilt, a potential criminal offence known by the Latin term sub judice, or contempt of court. And in this hotly reported trial, its functionaries were indeed watching closely.
16 directions to remove content were sent, including 4 against individuals on social media, mostly for breaches of sub judice.
With nearly every major media house flying close to the sun, including Melbourne's 2 metro newspapers, which printed photographs so close to the trial's commencement of Patterson in custody. The Herald Sun's daily blog published the name of Erin Patterson's child, a breach of a suppression order, a similar...
So, yes, Australian news media can report on trials, but they have far more restrictions than American news media.
Bungle, also made by online publication Crikey and ABC podcast Mushroom Case Daily, which we have bleeped.
We've heard stories from her children that night and the following day about how she visited the bar.
So libertarian-leaning Americans intoxicated with freedom, like they revolt against what they experience as the Australian nanny state.
But she also drove out to a flying lesson.
Network 10 also received a rap over the knuckles for allowing this clanger to go to air.
It followed another day of damning evidence about her mobile phone data.
No.
And when I would report on, say, Australian pornographers, I once got threatening letters from these Australian attorneys in Brisbane threatening to go to court to get an injunction preventing me from publishing. And we don't have pre-publication injunctions, generally speaking, in the United States. And that's what I wrote back to them. There was nothing they could do to prevent me from publishing about their clients. So they confuse the Australian judicial system with the American judicial system.
There is no evidence in the world that's allowed to be described as damning, while a jury ponders whether to send someone down, potentially, for the remainder of her natural life. One publication in hot water was the wildly popular podcast published by Mamma Mia.
So it's the premeditated, it's the planning that's being alleged that a lot of people are looking at, that they're going, oh, this is kind of so...
So I listen to this and my soul revolts because I've become so intoxicated by American press freedoms.
So highly unusual.
An episode which drew an ominous rebuke from Justice Christopher Beale, who's still thinking about whether the podcasters should be referred to the DPP.
Whether there are proceedings against Mamma Mia for sub judice contempt is a matter I will consider at a more convenient time.
So sub judice doesn't really operate in American law.
Mamma Mia was one of 2 outlets put on notice by the court, the other being our most hallowed broadcasters, Kyle and Jackie O.
Erin Patterson denies deliberately poisoning her family.
Getting around this big lump.
Like, does it...
do it or not?
What does the evidence point to?
I think we have to wait for the jury to make a decision.
Okay, my question is, how strong is her case?
Not strong.
Not strong
for her.
And just because a jury decides something doesn't mean that they decided accurately, right? Just because you're being convicted or not found guilty doesn't necessarily show what is true.
Their trademark expertise, the great minds at KISS FM flouted every rule in the book. The radio show's official censor finally catching up.
But the rest of us already know. Yeah, you come on, bro. You can tell by looking at it.
Kyle,
Flop that bitch up.
wait until it's done.
No.
It takes too long.
Well, until it's your turn one day where you're accused.
Yeah, what am I going to get accused of?
Kyle, I'm glad you asked.
I will be referring this morning's matter to the Office of Public Prosecutions for contempt proceedings.
In sending off to prosecutors Kyle and Jackie O's most clever on-air contributions, Justice Beale offered a piece of advice for all.
I encourage all commentators to engage their brains before they open their mouths.
Right, that's such a classical elite perspective. All right, people shouldn't speak openly. All right, they should instead follow the directives of the elite.
The last time media houses grappled with the need for this kind of self-discipline was the prosecution of Cardinal George Pell.
Right, the news media and people on social media, they're supposed to imbibe this kind of top-down buffered identity where you just exercise the principles of this kind of silence and judicious speech.
Where the media eventually pleaded guilty to breaching suppression orders and forked out more than $1 million in fines. But at least the media's obsession with the ultimately unsuccessful case against George Pell for child sex abuse was grounded in significant public interest, his church having covered up a wave of crimes against children across the world. Erin Patterson's sordid case, the treacherous, premeditated murder of 3 elderly relatives, may have had its own public interest justification, but it was never going to shine a light on abuses of power or institutional failings.
Yeah, I love this elite show. Right, the elite sometimes have some interesting things to say, and you'll be shocked to find out that there is an Israel lobby in Australia. There are only about 200,000 identifying Jews in Australia, but they tend to be pretty well organized, and they got a pro-Palestine commentator fired from the ABC.
Walking from court, victorious.
I was punished for my political opinion.
Antoinette Lattouf winning her public showdown with the public broadcaster.
Hello, welcome to Media Watch. I'm Linton Besser. And the sorry tale of Antoinette Lattouf arrived at its entirely predictable yet still shocking conclusion last week. With unequivocal findings, the public broadcaster had capitulated to a pro-Israel lobbying campaign and unlawfully jettisoned an on-air presenter who had done nothing wrong.
I shared a Human Rights Watch post because Human Rights Watch found that Israel was using starvation as a weapon of war. Today the court has found that punishing someone for fair...
Right, I disagree with firing someone for sharing this information and this perspective.
For sharing facts about these war crimes is also illegal.
And I disagree with describing this post as fact, and that war crimes are something that's just objectively obvious.
The findings of the federal court reverberated across the country, splashed in the pages of newspapers from coast to coast.
ABC blows $1 million in losing Lattouf case.
So sometimes an ethnic group, including my own, can try to wield power, and in so doing, they can be so clumsy and so against the public interest that they will provoke much more backlash and do much more damage to their cause than good, which is, I believe, is what happened here.
Lattouf's win is a loss for ABC and taxpayers.
And prompting despair from rusted-on lovers of the ABC.
I love the ABC and I will defend the ABC to the nth degree. Long may it reign. I think what happened to Lattouf and the action the ABC took was appalling.
I actually have lost trust in the ABC and I'm really disappointed because, you know, I've listened to you guys for 45 years.
This is from Jackie in Brisbane. What is also concerning is that pro-Israel lobbyists have had access to the ear of ABC upper management. Ordinary Australians can only make a complaint online.
Much of what occurred in the lead-up to the ABC's 2023...
There is much more ease speaking about the Israel lobby in Australia than in American public life.
Sacking of fill-in radio presenter Antoinette Lattouf.
So there's much more ease criticising Israel, the Jewish state, Zionism, the Israel lobby, pretty much in every country of the world than in the United States. And so when you get a lot more criticism of Israel and Zionism and the Israel lobby on American college campuses, they are reflecting what is dominant around the world. Because American college campuses, like university campuses everywhere, tend not to be in the grip of nationalism.
Has already been established. The coordinated barrage from her first day in the chair of complaints from pro-Israel voices, the pressure from former ABC chair Ita Buttrose grasping for any means by which Lattouf could be dumped, and of course the final straw, Lattouf's notorious social media post. The ABC itself had already reported allegations from Human Rights Watch that Israel was deliberately starving the people of Gaza, but Lattouf doing so after a string of social media comments deeply critical of Israel's military campaign that remarkably had not been considered before she was hired, so spooked senior echelons of the organisation it set in train a sequence of events which the federal court summarised like this.
The consternation of senior managers of the ABC turned into what can be described as a state of panic.
But what this judgment does do is hold accountable those inside the ABC who played a role in this sorry affair. At the very top of that list, the former director of the division then responsible for ABC local radio, Chris Oliver-Taylor, at whose feet Justice Darryl Rangier laid primary blame for Lattouf's removal. While Oliver-Taylor had insisted he had valid reasons for terminating Lattouf's employment, the judge found otherwise.
I reject Mr. Oliver-Taylor's evidence that the reasons given by him for his decision to take Ms. Lattouf off air were his actual reasons.
Oliver-Taylor told the court he believed Lattouf had been explicitly instructed to not post anything online concerning the war in Gaza. The judge again disagreed.
I find that, contrary to his evidence, Mr. Oliver-Taylor knew that Ms. Lattouf had not been given any direction and had merely been given advice, or requested not to post anything about the Israel-Gaza war.
In fact, the ham-fisted...
So what you have here is an elite conspiracy trying to operate in silence to remove someone from the air for saying something that went against the interests of a particular elite. And this is an elite that I'm usually sympathy with, right? I'm a Zionist, right? I don't like seeing Israel accused of genocide, but I would not want to see people fired for that. And I don't believe that just because your group has the power to make the lives of critics miserable, it doesn't mean that you should act on that. Because for every action, there's a reaction, and the reaction to this abuse of power by an elite in Australia will cause far more damage to Jews and Zionism than if they had abstained from bullying this presenter off the air.
The sacking of the radio presenter was spurred by news of an imminent article in The Australian about Lattouf's comments on the conflict and the dread of external criticism.
Mr. Oliver-Taylor sought to mitigate the anticipated deluge of complaints and criticism of the ABC. The decision was made to appease the pro-Israel lobbyists, who would inevitably escalate their complaints about the ABC, employing a presenter they perceived to have anti-Semitic and anti-Israel opinions.
Oliver-Taylor.
And what made this particular elite look particularly bad is how they tried to engage in a cover-up and how they lied. Right? When they were caught out doing the wrong thing, they should have just fessed up.
Haste demonstrating
extraordinary sensitivity to the prospect of adverse comment by the Australian.
While the judge found Antoinette Lattouf an honest and generally...
So the Australian is reliably Zionist, pro-Israel. It's owned by Rupert Murdoch.
...reliable witness, and he made similar findings about the most junior of the ABC's managers caught up in the affair, Elizabeth Green. He was less kind about the hierarchy of ABC executives above her. Unimpressed with Chris Oliver-Taylor's evidence under cross-examination, later describing it as implausible and inconsistent with his own notes. Implausible too, the evidence given both by a senior editorial policy advisor, Simon Melkman, and Ben Latimer, the then head of audio content, whose evidence he also described as troubling. The judge also rejected the evidence of the acting head of the ABC's Capital City Networks, Steve Ahern.
The evidence of Mr Latimer, Mr Ahern and Mr Melkman under cross-examination left me with substantial doubts as to the reliability and credibility of their evidence on controversial matters.
The performance in court of the ABC's former chair, Ita Buttrose, didn't escape mention either.
Ms Buttrose's evidence in some of these passages is difficult to understand and seems quite unrealistic. Ms Buttrose's evidence under cross-examination was somewhat theatrical and difficult to follow at times.
Not a single criticism was made of then Managing Director David Anderson's reliability, with the judge preferring his version of history over that of his former boss. While both Anderson and Buttrose were found to have piled pressure on Chris Oliver-Taylor by forwarding him a clutch of lobbyist complaints, Anderson in particular played a material role in the affair, not because he failed to intervene in Oliver-Taylor's rash move to sack Lattouf, but by planting in his subordinate's mind his view that Lattouf was a potential risk to the organisation, and
conveying his opinion that Ms Lattouf held anti-Semitic views. Mr Anderson's opinion was then adopted by Mr Oliver-Taylor.
The federal court did not find the ABC had been in any way motivated by racism. Rather, it had terminated Lattouf's employment on the basis of merely holding a political opinion which happened to be on the side of the Palestinian people.
I am satisfied Mr Oliver-Taylor attributed to Ms Lattouf the holding of a political opinion opposing the Israeli military campaign in Gaza, which, in his view, made her unsuitable to work as a presenter at the ABC.
While Lattouf's posting of the Human Rights Watch report to her Instagram account did not ever breach ABC policies, it was, according to the court, ill-advised and inconsiderate to the organisation. And how much has this cost the ABC? And by that I mean, how much has it cost you? The organisation's new managing director, Hugh Marks, revealed the mounting legal bill to ABC Melbourne.
Just because you have the capability of making other people miserable doesn't mean you should do so. And minority groups should not exercise their power if it goes against the public interest. You have to consider what are the repercussions for what I'm trying to do here. And the Zionists who got this pro-Palestine commentator fired, right, they ended up doing far more harm to their cause than good.
Intelligence becoming aware of a supposed plot from Hillary Clinton to tie Trump to Russia. And Brennan warned Obama about this, and even then in September sent a criminal referral to the FBI saying that you should be aware of this, that we have intelligence that Russia is aware of some sort of Clinton plot to frame Trump as in cahoots with Russia and Russia being involved in interference. Now, funnily enough, James Comey, in congressional testimony, he was asked about that referral. Hey, do you remember being told by the CIA that they have intelligence about a Clinton plot to tie Trump to Russia? And Comey said, doesn't ring any bells.
Think about that. Hey, look, we got one more minute. I want to ask you the last question because we talked about this on our program earlier this week, on Monday. Tom Bevan and Andy Walworth and I talked about it. But if you're looking for who to blame for this mess, Republicans blame Democrats, Democrats blame the Russians. You're trying to sort it out and figure out exactly what happened. But I want to turn back the clock to December 9th, that meeting at the White House. And I'll tell you who I blame. I blame the media. And I'll tell you why. So immediately after that meeting, Obama said, we're going to change direction here. Go with me on this for a minute. Just assume Obama's acting in good faith. He really thinks Putin's out to do bad things. And he's a partisan Democrat, but he's not spinning a conspiracy. He's really trying to do it right within the parameters. And they start leaking this information right away. It starts leaking. The Washington Post, New York Times. What bothers me about it is that the media wasn't, and these leaks, this is leaking classified information. It's a crime, not for the Washington Post, New York Times, but for these people. And none of these people, and some of them are my friends, Aaron, expressed any skepticism at all. They accepted this narrative hook, line, and sinker. They're defending it.
So there was a leading cricket commentator and author in Australia who was fired for saying pro-Palestine Israel critical comments. And so he was fired from his job as a political commentator. And this is from the Israel skeptical YouTube channel Bogan Intelligentsia out of Australia.
Bogan Intelligentsia, a place where people can be heard, talking about things we all probably need to hear. Peter Lalor is a beloved cricket journalist whose unique writing style has captured the romanticism of the game both nationally and internationally. As the chief cricket writer for The Australian and a broadcaster whose voice can be recognised on airwaves around the world, Lalor has an esteemed career in sports journalism, helping to shape...
So just because a Zionist lobby had the power to get this guy fired doesn't mean that it should have.
...the true spirit of the game loved by billions around the world, whilst gaining the respect of fans, players and colleagues over a long career. The expert broadcaster and writer joins us to share his experience, his love for cricket, and to speak on the values regarding censorship in journalism around the devastating conflict in Gaza. Pedo was in the headlines for his infamous sacking mid-broadcast by sports broadcaster SEN while calling a test match in Sri Lanka. All of this for social media posts in support of Palestine. Perhaps worse than the removal from his position has been the aftermath and the fallout of taking a basic humanitarian stance that has impacted the life of him and his family. For one of the first times, he joins us to discuss the challenging effects of this period, sharing his perspective on the current state of the media and the chilling effect the conflict in Gaza is having on freedom of expression in journalism.
Right, so this is not just a problem in Australia. So different groups not only have different interests, they have different hero systems. And when you try to act out in defense of your particular hero system, right, there's a very good chance that you'll do your particular system much more harm than good, which is what happened when these various broadcasters got fired by pro-Israel commentators and groups.
And elsewhere in Australian society. Time to say hello. Thank you for joining us today, Peter Lalor.
So Bogan means lower class, working class. It's Australian slang.
Thanks for coming to one of the first episodes of Bogan Intelligentsia.
It's an honour to be one of the first guests on Bogan Intelligentsia, Joel. I at least meet one part of the requirements. I'm a Bogan. I'm not a member of the Intelligentsia, but anyway.
Well, that may be argued at some point in this interview here.
Look, it'll be confirmed during this interview, but anyway, yeah, I'm not.
Well, look, it's been a bit of an issue.
So pro-Israel sentiments tend to be much more intense and much more dominant among elites rather than among regular people.
Lately for you in your career, where you have recently been sort of freed up as far as your work's concerned, and it was regarding losing your employment at SEN. And, you know, I think we're going to get into that eventually to speak about what happened in Sri Lanka and, you know, what you're doing now. But I sort of wanted to start off just sort of touching on your love for cricket, where you came from, and sort of, you know, how those sort of values of...
So he's a social media commentator and author on cricket who was fired because he said things on social media that were quite critical of Israel. So Mike Benz used to be a regular on this show back in 2018 when he went by the pseudonym Frame Game Radio. I pretty much agree with Mike Benz's politics, and I think he is formidably good at what he does. And what he does is argue a case. What he does is activism, right? He's not primarily a pursuer of truth, and he very effectively argues his side like a lawyer. And lawyers, particularly when they are operating in court, they do not confine themselves to that which is true, but instead they will frequently make arguments based on things other than truth. So I agree with Mike Benz's politics, and I recognize he thinks and argues like a lawyer, and he is not constrained by that which is true.
Mike, how do you assess the credibility and strength of DNI Gabbard's criminal referral to the Department of Justice for criminal conspiracy over the Russia hoax?
Well, it looks rock solid as long as you have a jury who's got their eyes screwed in straight. I think part of the issue is if you bring one of
the... I love the things he says in the sense that I share his political worldview, and so it feels right. But then the cognitive part of me exercises more caution and skepticism.
These cases in D.C., you end up with a 95% Democrat jury. Clearly what these emails reveal is that both the FBI and CIA assessed essentially no confidence in the idea Russia had any role in tipping the 2016 election or materially interfering, and then a mystery meeting with President Obama sends them all back to find a way to create a Russian predicate, which then set in motion 3 years of just utter destruction of the ability to run this country, and a witch hunt with dozens of people being roped in and paying millions of dollars in legal fees. There's got to be accountability for this. I just hope that it's brought in a jurisdiction where there will be a fair trial for accountability.
Yeah, that cuts right to the quick, and right was where I was going to go with this, because the tell for me is that they may be charging a conspiracy. And when you're charging a conspiracy, you could find proper venue where you have any of the defendants or any of their communications. And so do you read into the conspiracy charge the possibility that the Bondi Justice Department knows that an indictment, a conviction in D.C. become very difficult given the jury pool and grand jury pool you're choosing from? But if you got into the Eastern District of Virginia, if somebody was on vacation in Montana when they sent an email or received a phone call, you could potentially have just a more accountable ecosystem. Do you read that?
Yes, to the extent that they targeted Trump at his home and the like, depending on when you date this back to, you could possibly even make an argument.
So there are a lot of commentators that feel great to me, but I have to exercise a great deal of skepticism because I recognize how partisan they are. And so Mike Benz will put together these detailed, interconnected narratives that if you agree with him, they feel incredibly profound. He will draw all sorts of links between various government agencies, private companies, tech companies, and global politics. He will say that USAID and other U.S. government entities have been interfering in foreign elections, such as in India and Bangladesh, by funding opposition movements or shaping narratives via censorship. And a great deal of what he says is absolutely factually correct. So his style is powerful, it is effective, it is systematic. He uses documents and facts and patterns to build a case like a lawyer. He is very good at persuading people who are already predisposed to his view. He will put a priority on making change in the world, on his activism, and on activating those friendly to him over nuance. And he will selectively emphasize evidence that fits in with his narrative. And he is very good at what he does.
For Florida. But I think that there has to be accountability. You know, one of the things that was one of the craziest incidences of a two-tier justice system in this country was when President Trump was charged criminally with mishandling of classified documents, while at the same time...
Right, when he devoted his talents in 2018 to the alt-right, he very quickly became the most commanding voice on the alt-right.
The Justice Department was reviewing President Biden's mishandling of classified documents. And Robert Hur from the Justice Department wrote a memo basically saying that Biden was guilty of mishandling classified documents, but that they were not going to proceed with criminal charges, even though he was guilty of the very thing that Trump was being put on trial for, because they said that a D.C. jury would likely, even though the facts of the case showed Biden to be guilty, a D.C. jury would look at this senile old man who presents himself in a genteel way and would likely not find him guilty, even though the Justice Department stipulated the facts of the case would merit a criminal indictment. So you had Trump run through the ringer, spending millions of dollars in legal fees, only saved by the fact that the American people elected him. And the difference between millions of dollars in legal fees and a criminal indictment on multiple counts and skating completely scot-free was whether or not the Justice Department simply decided in their sole discretion that a jury would or wouldn't like the particular defendant. That practice has got to stop. It's always part
of a prosecutor's discretion to determine not just whether or not there's a chargeable fact pattern, but whether or not that charge will result in a conviction. And if we're bringing charges to not convict people, then we're using Article III courts improperly, in my opinion. And I wonder whether or not President Obama himself has any criminal culpability here. I remember back to those days in 2017 where we were told that these assessments about Russian interference and compromise over President Trump had emerged organically from like the bowels of the FBI and CIA. But what we learned in the Gabbard release is that there's this December 9th meeting where President Obama himself, probably smarting over the election loss, is saying, go do another assessment, find something we can get out there and leak and discredit the Trump administration. Is he able to hide behind immunities?
So just because these two blokes, Mike Benz and Matt Gaetz, are highly partisan, and just because they are flawed, doesn't mean that they are not telling the truth here, right? I think I have to agree with every single sentiment uttered so far.
For that conduct?
It's unclear. I think that a case like this has not been brought, and I can't really think of a time where cooked intelligence has been brought. But the fact is cooked intelligence has gotten America into its very worst messes. We had cooked intelligence that got us into war in Iraq and Afghanistan. We had cooked intelligence that hamstrung the Trump administration around Russian bounties on American soldiers. At some point, there has to be a shot across the bow that says, if there's evidence you cooked intelligence, then there's a criminal indictment waiting for you, because these things impact the entire course of American global affairs, foreign policy, and domestic politics. If you rig the intelligence, you rig the entire political apparatus, or else you have no faith in the intelligence at all, because at this point, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. John Brennan and company thought they could get away with it because a case like this has not been tried. And I think it's high time to send a message to say to future CIA directors, to future FBI directors, to future members of the National Security Council, that because there were whistleblowers, this was another thing the ODNI showed, there were people on the internal message chain saying, we have never used a dossier before as credible evidence that would filter into the intelligence assessment. The Steele dossier could not be used to tip the scales to change the assessment. And yet these people were run over from the inside. And it's very clear why. They wanted to get Trump. And so there has to be basically a lifeline to people on the inside of the intelligence community that if they raise the red flag on something like this, and you have domestic targeting with this intelligence, because this is what it was used for. It was used to say the entire 2016 election was illegitimate, and that there should be a counterintelligence probe on the sitting elected president of the United States on the basis.
So when you listen to some people, they just feel good. So you listen to Barack Obama, and even if you don't agree with him, just kind of allowing him to talk and just listening, it feels good. When you then read a transcript of what he says, it falls apart upon examination. And if you're already favorably disposed to Mike Benz, you listen to him and go, oh, yeah, this is some profound truth. Or you listen to a Richard Spencer, and he has this pleasing, musical, dramatic quality to the way he speaks. And you think, oh, my God, I'm getting some powerful, counterintuitive insights here. But there's not a necessary connection between that which feels good and that which sounds good and that which pleases you and that which is true.
Of junk intelligence that was cooked almost
by Russians
from the start.
Like if you dig deep enough into the Steele dossier, it's Russian subsources. It's just like it's always the axiom that they accuse us of the stuff they're doing. Like they accuse Trump of being a pawn of the Russians, but indeed they were the pawns of Russia.
So I think I have some valuable insights into Mike Benz, and he has some valuable insights into me. I remember he came on my show once. He was on my show about 5 times in 2018, and one time he came onto my show and he gave me some hard talk. He gave me some truthful talk. He said, look, I love you, but you don't matter. right? You have a tiny audience. You don't make any difference in the world, all right? I am essentially creating productions that are changing the world, right? I'm reaching people in large numbers, and you only have a tiny audience. And so Mike Benz is very good at developing and speaking to the needs of an enormous audience, and I am not.
By platforming this crazy stuff that had just been woven together in a batch of lies, Brennan would probably assert as a defense some sort of statute of limitations. But in a deposition I took of Brennan in 2023, he said he had no role in getting the Steele dossier into the intelligence community assessment. Now we have whistleblowers at CIA saying that's false. John Ratcliffe has released information saying that's false. You are correct that these types of conspiracy treason cases are novel, but cases where people are charged for lying to Congress are not novel. That happens all the time. Do you think Brennan should be charged for lying to Congress?
Absolutely. The fact is intelligence chiefs have been able to ice skate through these perjury charges for the entirety of my lifetime. I remember when James Clapper testified that the intelligence community did not do any bulk domestic intelligence collection, and then the Snowden leaks dropped right after that. James Clapper was nailed dead to rights for perjury charges right then and there. He skated free and then, participated in this whole cabal.
So I often feel like, the system's rigged against me because I was not echoing narratives back to my teachers and back to the people in power that they wanted to hear. So expressing any skepticism of their preferred narratives, and that's a very quick way to get a bad grade or to be fired from a job. I had this teacher in political science that we developed a friendship eventually. But in my first semester, in my first class with him, I said things in class that were skeptical of his liberal hero system, and I ticked him off. And so he gave me a B grade, even though I was doing A work. And when I corresponded with him, when I moved on from community college to university, he replied to my letter by saying, "You've got a very sharp brain, but you have to be careful in the things that you say publicly or people will hurt you," because he knows that he deliberately chose to hurt me and give me a poorer grade because I annoyed him. And throughout my life, I would get fired. I would get socially ostracized. I would get hurt in numerous ways because I would say things that would hurt people's feelings. I'm listening on Audible to the new 1,000-page biography of William F. Buckley, and there was a segment in it that reminded me of Jonah Goldberg. So one of Bill's favorite professors, Yale philosopher Paul Weiss, said that Bill Buckley was very good at discussing books he hadn't read. And I noticed the same quality with a lot of the more popular live streamers. I remember people on my show would make all sorts of very confident pronouncements about books and essays that they had not read. To me, it is a sign of very poor character. I've done it myself, so I am not exempting myself from this criticism. So Buckley's true métier as a writer and a talker, something where he had genius, was intellectual comedy. Right? He was very good at repartee. His weapons were not his ideas, which could be heard elsewhere. Bill Buckley did not have original ideas. His words were entertaining. Right? He befriended scholars, and he befriended enough scholars to know that he was not one of them. Right? He was not discovering new ideas. He was not uncovering the hidden meanings of old ideas. He was not a substantial intellect on his own right. He was an entertainer. He was a controversialist. He was an entertainer. He was an influencer. He was not a thinker. He was not a theorist. And National Review used to primarily publish academics, but starting in the 1990s under editor Rich Lowry, right, it started primarily publishing pundits who are primarily entertainers. So I'm thinking about these qualities ascribed to Bill Buckley and how they are so true of Jonah Goldberg, right? Jonah is very good at discussing books he hasn't read, right? He is able to engage or sound like he's engaging with deep ideas and cultural debates using his wit and his ability with words without doing the requisite scholarship to have some intellectual foundation for what he's saying. Right? He's got this conversational style that is quite pleasant to listen to. He's got this Bill Buckley-esque ability to riff on all sorts of complex topics. He sounds fluent, but he typically pronounces on things way beyond his level of study and expertise and reading. Right? He's got this performance characteristic. Right? He puts a higher priority, or his ability is simply playing games with words rather than meticulously researching or pursuing truth. So Bill Buckley had a genius for comedy, for intellectual comedy, for intellectual entertainment, right? Bill Buckley was an entertainer. He was an influencer. He wasn't a real intellect. Same with Jonah Goldberg, right? He's good at deploying sardonic humor. He's great with the pop culture references. He's got a very nice, pleasant conversational tone. He makes all sorts of ideas sound accessible and engaging. He has many sharp, witty takes. He mirrors Bill Buckley's flair for intellectual comedy, but not a lot of substance there. And like Bill Buckley, Jonah Goldberg should know enough intellectuals to realize that he is not one of them. Right? Both Bill Buckley and Jonah Goldberg are primarily talkers, provocateurs, entertainers, influencers who thrive on discussions and provocation and essentially meeting the narrative needs of a particular audience, and they are not particularly restrained by truth.
Again, I think that there has to be accountability at the CIA, or else everyone will feel emboldened that they can do this next time. Yes, there may never have been charges like this, but there has never been a case like this where you had Russiagate hamstringing the entire presidency. The entire world was led to believe, if they had any faith at all in the American intelligence apparatus, that Trump was a Russian asset and a Manchurian candidate. And they took this all the way 2.5 years into a July 2019 congressional hearing where Mueller had nothing at the end of it. They were carrying 7-2 offsuit the whole time, bubkiss in their hands from start to finish, and yet they took down key elements of an entire presidency. And
it's wild to think that we tolerated it, but Mike, just on the heels of the Russia hoax, then we got the Ukraine hoax, where we got introduced to Zelensky and this whole notion that Trump was holding back weapons in exchange for dirt on Biden, and now we see how dirty the Bidens indeed were. But we've got new news that came out of NBC that the government of Ukraine has now raided the anti-corruption component of their own government. So are we to make of this that there's still a lot going on in Ukraine that should raise questions about us sending them weapons and money?
So there are real intellectuals out there who are worth listening to, and one of the greatest is Stephen Turner. He's a philosopher of the social sciences, and if you want to understand what's going on with the Russia hoax, read his books like Liberal Democracy 3.0, Civil Society in an Age of Experts. Read his book, The Politics of Expertise. So he shows how liberal democracies have steadily evolved since the 30-Year War in 17th century Germany. And there was this bloody conflict between Protestants and Catholics to remove more and more of the political and place it in the realm of the neutral. So the neutral is almost the opposite of the political. The political, at its most intense, is the realm of life and death, where you have to recognize who's your friend and who's the enemy that is out to destroy you and your way of life. And the neutral says we shouldn't be arguing over these things. We should say that these matters are neutral, and we should allow disinterested experts to make decisions. So the trajectory for liberal democracy over the past 120 years is to be increasingly governed by experts, to not be governed by public deliberation, to not be governed by the will of the people, to not be governed by the balance of power of internal politics between groups, but by expert bodies, right? We should not be governed by popular ethnic, racial inclinations. We should be governed by these educated experts, right? Commissions that can function beyond democratic accountability. And these commissions will include intelligence agencies, regulatory bodies, transnational expert groups. And Donald Trump wants to put our experts who work for the federal government under his control, and the elites don't want to come under political control. They want to be free from that. They want to be free to function without public accountability. So the steady trend in our governance over the past 120 years in liberal democracies is to shift more and more of the political away from politicians, away from public discussion, to expert-dominated institutions that control what we're allowed to say and who essentially get to monopolize expert knowledge. So you will have, in Tulsi Gabbard's telling, right, intelligence that is used to further partisan political agendas, but is presented in the guise of disinterested expertise. Right? These intelligence agencies are claiming to have neutral expertise, but what's happening is they are exercising political partisan power without public democratic oversight. So we have all these experts and expert institutions who want to keep as much knowledge to themselves. So knowledge of, for example, group differences. There's a growing movement among academics to keep this knowledge from the public. And they want to present this knowledge as neutral, and they're just pursuing truth. But there is a structural bias to serving their own interests and expanding their own status and power and income. So these expert groups, such as academics and intelligence agencies, they say we get to define what is true. We get to define what is legitimate knowledge, and we get to sideline dissent, and we get to reframe political disagreements as just technical problems that only our group has the ability to resolve. So under Obama, right, and under Biden, we had all sorts of intelligence assessments used not to inform public policy, but to shape political outcomes and undermine dissidents and populists and MAGA. So we have all these appeals to expert authority, to intelligence officers that pretend to be expert and neutral, but are hiding their partisan political motivations in the appearance of this epistemic neutrality. And this allows these elites to act with impunity and use expert discourse to suppress opposition and to justify all sorts of political decisions that are made outside of democratic deliberation. So we see under Obama and under Biden this larger pattern of an erosion of democracy and with the rise of expert rule. Right? These administrations shift the question from was it legal to how did expert authority come to substitute for democratic legitimacy? And I just found, did you know that there is a Netflix for textbooks? There are some Stephen Turner books that I'm quite eager to read, and there's this thing called Perlego, P-E-R-L-E-G-O. It's the Netflix of textbooks. And so there are a whole bunch of textbooks that I now want to read, and something like $22 a month, you get unlimited access to university textbooks. So one book that I want to read by Stephen Turner and another bloke is Making Democratic Theory Democratic, Democracy, Law, and Administration, after Max Weber and I think Hans Kelsen, came out in 2023. This book shows how administrative law and expert bureaucracy have taken over more and more democratic power, creating governance systems where deliberation and accountability are given to technocratic elites who operate with their own power and discretion, free from public oversight. So this explains how intelligence agencies can operate independently of elected oversight and shape political transitions. In another work, Cosmos and Taxis Response, Debating Weber and Kelsen 21st Century, Stephen Turner discusses how emergencies like the COVID pandemic create openings for governments to expand their discretionary authority based on expert knowledge, bypassing normal democratic procedures. And this parallels how intelligence findings on Russian interference in the 2016 election were used without any meaningful public and legislative scrutiny. It's another work by Stephen Turner from 2024, Post-Truth or Post-Academic, Transformation of Science and the Obsolescence of Reality. So the authority of science has shifted from the pursuit of truth to the production of good enough knowledge for public policy in the pursuit of certain elite interests. So we have all sorts of narratives in science and in intelligence that are institutionally convenient, that are validated by our elites and our powerful bureaucracies, but the empirical epistemic basis for these narratives is quite fragile. Stephen Turner published a paper in 2024, Max Weber and the two universities. It talks about how elite institutions avoid genuine open discussion and how they enforce ideologically aligned narratives to suit their own interests. And it shows how you have many of these Obama administration intelligence claims gaining institutional power and traction without critical challenge. And then Stephen Turner also published a superb essay, Epistemic Coercion. So we have all these experts who claim power, political power, not through persuasion, not through evidence, but through the structural inability of ordinary people to contest their claims. And this is really the core of Tulsi Gabbard's concern, that we have this intelligence apparatus that makes assertions that determine political decisions and yet are immune from challenge.
To this day, Glenn Kessler did a fact check on Tulsi Gabbard this very day in the Washington Post. And God bless him, Glenn. I love Glenn Kessler, but these people, they were never skeptical of it. They bought in a way that they compromised themselves. And I think if they had been more skeptical and they had written about what was really going on and looked at the stuff you have looked at and Paul Sperry and just sort of been even-handed about it, you would have had it would have been much more difficult for the Democrats to spin this, and you might have even saved them from themselves. They would have pulled back a little bit. Anyway, 30 seconds. What do you think of that?
I fully agree with you. There was no skepticism, especially on what was a conspiracy theory, that Trump and Russia were in cahoots. Trump was being blackmailed, and there was no skepticism of that at all. There were fawning profiles written in, smart liberal journals like the New Yorker about Christopher Steele, what a wonderful, brave person he was. We tried to blow the whistle. I mean, it was a complete farce. I've also never seen anything like it. At least with Saddam Hussein and Iraq WMDs, you can understand why someone might buy into that, because Saddam Hussein was a pretty evil person. Okay. But this was a conspiracy theory, and the most mainstream conspiracy theory that I've ever seen. And there was no skepticism whatsoever. And yeah, on December 9th, the same day of that Obama meeting at the White House with his top principals, later on, the Washington Post publishes a story based on some sort of secret CIA assessment that Putin intervened in the election to help Trump. There was actually, as we newly confirmed with these documents, no such assessment. And
well, I remember thinking that I read that story on the spot and thought it was very thin. All right, I'm going to leave you with this.
His goal wasn't to get Donald Trump elected. And remember, the conclusion of the report said he aspired to get Donald Trump elected. That's what Hillary Clinton has hung her shingle on for the last 7 years. Now, when you take this moment, you realize the House Intelligence Committee said that conclusion was bogus. It was based on bad tradecraft, predominantly the Steele dossier. All right, we get that. But now let's go back and remind people something else that we got recently to just show you how despicable this conclusion is in December. Let's take you back to July of 2016, 5 days before Crossfire Hurricane. The investigation is opened by the FBI and James Comey and Peter Strzok and a whole gang there. Barack Obama meets with John Brennan, the man who ultimately will drive the December 2016 conclusion. And he tells the president, we have an intelligence intercept, indicating that Hillary Clinton has approved a plan to hang a fake Russian shingle on Donald Trump's campaign house. In other words, create a dirty trick to make it look like Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump were conspiring. So they know at the start that the allegation is manufactured for a political dirty trick. Then the FBI opens up. Nobody stops them. Then the FBI goes to the FISA court. Nobody stops them. They lie to the FISA court. Nobody stops them. Donald Trump defies history. He wins in November, and now they're going to try to.
So I've had a bunch of Stephen Turner work into ChatGPT. Said, give me, and also some Matt Taibbi live streams, and say, give me 10 talking points I can use on my own live stream. So here are the 10 that I think apply here. One, we've got increasing expert rule over democracy. Right, liberal democracies increasingly run by expert commissions like our intelligence agencies that operate outside of democratic oversight. This makes them politically powerful and unaccountable. We have epistemic coercion. Intelligence claims cannot be challenged often by the public or by elected officials due to their complexity and secrecy. So essentially you have epistemic coercion. We have forced acceptance of expert claims without any way of verifying them. We've got the Steele dossier that's added to the intelligence assessment despite objections by analysts. And we have intelligence relying on a single oral defector account with no formal documentation. All right, so we have classic case of intelligence used for political ends. We have Tulsi Gabbard suggesting that Obama officials use this faulty intelligence to sabotage Donald Trump's transition. We've got an elite consensus among people on the left in intelligence and politics rejecting the election results of the American people and weaponizing national security tools. We operate in a system where truth has been replaced with reliable enough knowledge to justify policy. So the Russia-Trump narrative fits this mold. It's flimsy evidence that's been legitimized by power, by institutional authority. We have an intelligence media complex where elite media colludes with elite intelligence officers to push a certain narrative that is quite removed from the facts. Russiagate was a PR campaign. It was a political push. It's not journalism. Newsrooms traded investigation for political advocacy. We have a significant failure of accountability. Those who push the Russiagate hoax have escaped consequence. We have the immunity of epistemic elites. We have a broken feedback loop in our democracy. We have warrants carried out against people like Carter Page based on unverified material. We have secret courts used to target political opponents. We have a bureaucratic logic overriding constitutional norms. We have weaponized disinformation and lies. We have the label of misinformation used to suppress dissent and to frame disagreement as ignorance or extremism. And we have an erosion of democratic legitimacy. We have intelligence used to shape political opinions rather than to inform policy. We have the mask of democracy. We have the pretense of democracy, but increasing power lies with these insulated expert networks.
Hamper the post-election period for Donald Trump. And that's when they do this intelligence assessment. And they make it a conclusion in the assessment drawn from the materials that at the heart of the dirty trick that they first learned about in July before they launched the investigation. They're knowingly conspiring to mislead the American people. They have the knowledge that this is a Hillary Clinton-led dirty trick. And instead of doing the right thing, they corrupt the intelligence process. They hijack information that they know to be bad and use it to make something look real, an allegation to look real. And they do so over the objections of many of the career people that reported to John Brennan. Remember what Biden and Obama always said, we're always going to listen to the career people. Well, they didn't on this one. They didn't listen in July. They didn't listen in September. They didn't listen in December. And then let's take it one step forward, because last night Barack Obama seemed a little defensive when he put this statement out. Like, I have no idea how this could be a conspiracy. Let's put you in the room the 3 times that Barack Obama directly has his hands on this dirty little political trip. The first one is in July when he's told in advance there's Hillary's going to do this, and he doesn't stop it. He's the person that orders the December Intelligence Committee assessment. He's the one that sets that in motion. And why is that odd? Because in September, the intelligence community had already done an assessment, and all 17 agencies participated in that, and they came to the conclusion that Vladimir Putin was just trying to sow chaos. He wasn't trying to pick one candidate over the other. Then after that conclusion, the Intelligence Committee's September assessment looks brilliant, because in October, Vladimir Putin pulls back and doesn't do any more intervention in either way in the election. If you're really going to try to put your thumb on the election, October is the time, 16, that you would put your thumb on it. And then in December, with the September analysis affirmed, he still goes ahead and orders a new one, and they flip the assessment around based on the Steele dossier, and they cut out 14 intelligence agencies they knew would simply not agree to say something that outrageous. Barack Obama's there. Now, when that's done, Barack Obama has one last dirty trick in office to do. On January 5th, 2017, 15 days before Donald Trump begins his presidency, the first term, Barack Obama presides over a meeting with the FBI to figure out how they can continue an investigation of Mike Flynn, the incoming national security advisor, even though the FBI had already concluded Michael Flynn did nothing and they were about to clear it. That clearing of Mike Flynn is stopped, and they concoct an idea to go and interview him, see if they can trip him up into a lie, and then go prosecute him. An FBI agent who attends that meeting with the president later writes notes saying, what is our goal? Was it to get to the truth or to try to trick someone into lying? Those notes capture what he witnessed Barack Obama participating in. That's why Barack Obama, July, December, January, that's why President Trump is so adamant that Barack Obama was in on this dirty trick.
Okay, I got a bunch of follow-ups.
Right.
First one is, it makes me feel like, to your point about Mike Flynn, is you remember Barack Obama during the transition told Donald Trump, the one person that you shouldn't bring into your administration is Mike Flynn.
So this is why defense attorneys tell you never talk to law enforcement, never talk to the FBI without an attorney present, because law enforcement will lie to you to try to trick you, and this is what was done to Michael Flynn and thousands of people.
Yeah. I'm starting to wonder if that's because he knew that Flynn could blow the whistle on all this.
Probably could. And if nothing else, could unravel. Yeah, right. Unravel everything that went back. Right. Mike Flynn knew the intelligence community.
And then after his humiliation, all right, that probably served as a spur for Michael Flynn to go more extreme. And some people, after enough humiliation, all right, they become more extreme. And Mike Flynn may sound increasingly odd and weird and conspiratorial. And this might have a great deal to do with his life experience, right? It was pretty
The
bitter.
weaponization of the United States government against its own citizenry is very real. It happens on a daily basis, and it doesn't just happen to high-profile political figures.
Former Trump National Security Advisor Lieutenant General Michael Flynn found himself at the center of a national firestorm when he was investigated by the FBI for fabricated ties to Russia. In a case riddled with contradictions and inconsistencies, Flynn was charged with lying to the FBI. Back in 2020, in a candid two-part interview, he shared his story with us.
The deep state buried me 6 feet under. The American people saved me. And if there's something I'll get emotional about is that.
As revealing new documents are released by Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, we sit down with this 33-year military veteran to understand how he sees everything that happened to him almost a decade later.
And maybe one of these days Tulsi will do it. Maybe she'll give all the transcripts out to show that what I was doing is I was protecting the United States of America from enemies foreign.
So often your enemies can collude and conspire and make you look like an absolute tool. And perhaps this is what was done to Michael Flynn.
And domestic. And they knew it.
This is American Thought Leaders, and I'm Yanya Kellick.
Case, General Mike Flynn, it's a story about what is happening and what does happen to America and all the people of this country. I mean, there's so many people that have come to the realization that in order to maintain this beautiful experiment in democracy called a constitutional republic, that we are going to have to constantly sacrifice for it. And some people...
Right, so people with power can so persecute and isolate and humiliate you that you might overreact and come across in a less than impressive way, which is probably something that may well have happened to Michael Flynn. So Matt Taibbi here is speaking with Megyn Kelly.
Stay hidden up until 2025?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, Megan, and it's got a fascinating answer that should give everybody a lot of pause. So as you correctly note, this investigation, the bulk of it was done by a team that was assembled by then Chairman Devin Nunes of the Devin Nunes in 2017 and a little bit of 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So there were two teams. One of the teams put together what was later called the Nunes memo. If you remember, that was the one outlining the abuse of the FISA system. Everybody dumped on that, and then there was an Inspector General report that came out a year later that completely vindicated it and proved that it was true. Well, the other half of this team, there was a small unit that worked out of a little room in in the CIA headquarters, a little room at Langley, and their work product was locked in that secure vault the entire time. And it has not been allowed out since then. Through all the different political situations you mentioned, it was still there even up until about 3 weeks ago. You might have noticed the House Intelligence Chair now, Rick Crawford, he complained publicly to Donald Trump and said that there was a whitewash going on. My understanding is that Trump interceded and resolved some kind of conflict that had been going on with the CIA, and now, as a result, the document was finally returned.
Okay, so you're probably saying, 40, reveal to me the philosophy behind the words on this show. So what you get in the next segment, you have Matt Taibbi explaining how John Brennan allegedly misrepresented the Steele dossier credibility during 2017 congressional testimony. And so Stephen Turner's concept of epistemic coercion here. You had John Brennan invoking classified authority to shield the public and the Congress from verifying intelligence claims. And despite internal objections from intelligence analysts, right, John Brennan includes oral undocumented information in his official assessment. Right, this is classic top-down epistemic coercion, demanding belief without providing any access to the evidence.
Savings to worry about. And one of the best ways to look after your savings is through diversification, particularly with gold.
Oh, come on.
Like, just to be clear, earlier this week, I actually wrote this down. I rarely write down what I'm going to say, but
So the elites don't want anything to do with right-wing media in general. And so right-wing media has to rely on advertisers who are often quite less than prestigious.
Just didn't want to forget it because there's so many moving parts. We learned that intelligence community assessment of January 17 was set to downplay Russian interference in the 2016 election. And then after a meeting with Obama and the top intelligence community officials.
So another thing we have going on here is expert rule without accountability. Right? No one's been held accountable for advancing these discredited narratives. Right? Expert institutions now govern us beyond our consent. They're shielded by bureaucratic opacity and public ignorance.
Or at Obama's direction, at least, the intelligence community did a complete 180 and played up Russian interference instead of playing it down. And we learned from what was released by Tulsi last Friday that that was all at Obama's direction. He made clear he wanted that 180, and they had the flimsiest of evidence to do. So now we've gotten a look at it. And this.
And here's the philosophy. So we've got this post-normal intelligence, like post-normal science. We've got politically useful stories, narratives that are elevated over truth and empirical rigor. And so John Brennan's intelligence report, like many climate policy models, are often good enough to justify action because they are never subjected to adversarial testing because the elites keep the requisite knowledge to themselves.
This is in part what we've learned, that they concluded in this House document that the Intelligence Community Assessment, or ICA, of January 17 was subject, quoting here, to unusual directives from President Obama and senior political appointees, particularly CIA Director Brennan. Unlike, still quoting, routine intelligence community analysis, this ICA was a high-profile product ordered by the president, directed by senior IC agency heads, and created by just 5 CIA analysts using one principal drafter. Production of this document was subject to unusual directives from the president and senior political appointees, and particularly Brennan. The draft was not properly coordinated within the CIA or the intelligence community, ensuring it would be published without significant challenges to its conclusions. And then it goes on to say, hold on, the judgment therein that Putin had a clear preference for Trump and, quote, aspired to help Trump's chances at victory did not adhere to the intelligence community's standards and was based on potentially biased and implausible information that Brennan ordered published. Your headline in your document is, it's worse than we thought. And I think that's based in part on now we see the full panoply of information that Brennan used to get to that.
So Matt Taibbi has a history of elite approval and publishing in the prestige press, but when he went against the Russiagate hoax, right, he lost pretty much all his elite friends. And he lost his high status because he sided with the populist reaction rather than with elite power.
Conclusion that because it matters. Everybody who's defending what Obama did says, we knew the Russians interfered. Stop trying to tell us the Russians didn't interfere. That's all we ever said. That's not true. They did say more than they said the Russians interfered because they wanted to get Trump elected and that Trump colluded with them. Collusion fell apart, but they still hung on to, but Putin interfered to help Trump. So in other words, the election was unfair, and it was unfair in Trump's benefit because that's who they meant to help. That has now fallen apart. And now we're seeing how that other lie got shoved out there. By the way, that lie was the basis for the collusion narrative, too. Now we're seeing how that other lie got pushed out there by Brennan at Obama's direction, and we're seeing what Brennan used to push the lie. One was Steele dossier, which this points out as it fell apart, and the guy went to him, CIA analyst, to say, it's fallen apart. We can't use this. He said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? Which is an outrage. That in and of itself is a scandal. But there are three other legs to this stool, which are equally, if not more, pathetic, Matt. Let's talk about those.
And you're right. The response to this whole thing from everybody has been, well, yes, we knew the Steele dossier was included in this report. And yes, that was bad, kind of a black eye. But, as the Washington Post put it the other day, there had to have been better updated intelligence that they got in the meantime that pointed to to Putin interfering specifically to help Donald Trump. And even I thought, you never know, there might be something in there. I mean,
So you had this manufactured consensus by elites that, intelligence agencies had agreed. And it was based on, quite dubious facts. Right, we have this epistemic monopolization, right, where any dissent from what these intelligence agencies were telling us was unpatriotic, whereas pathological, and truth has become what the dominant knowledge class says it is. And despite the evidence about the Steele dossier's unreliability, the media ran with it, now elites ran with it, because it suited partisan political and institutional interests, right? And so we have the promotion of all these intelligence agency narratives to sabotage the Donald Trump presidency. We had this collapse of boundaries between policy advice and political action. We had experts portraying themselves as neutral, right, behaving secretly like partisan political actors while portraying themselves as just neutral pursuers of truth. And they would curate what was true to advance their own partisan ideological goals, right? They would pretend to be neutral experts to pursue petty partisan goals. And we had claims of expertise used to execute petty partisan goals. We had erosion of the democratic and public discussion and a veneration of the secret power of these supposedly disinterested experts. Right, we were supposed to trust these experts who are giving us certainty without clarity and without evidence. Right, so Russiagate was seized on by the media and by our elites, not because it was true, but because it was useful and it was lucrative. Right, and we had our elites acting as epistemic gatekeepers to reinforce their dominant narratives, not because these narratives were true, but because they were useful. And then you have, in reaction, a coercive inversion, right? We have a new group of epistemic elites, such as populist influencers such as Mike Benz, right, forced to adopt the same information tactics as the institutions they oppose, right? They now offer emotionally charged truthiness to bypass deliberation. So knowledge is no longer open to public scrutiny. It's now a function of what's useful, not what is empirically verifiable.
Of some worth that would have pointed in that direction. No, it turns out that there are three pieces of intelligence that they were relying on for those two key phrases. One, which is that Putin aspired to help Trump. The other is that Putin had developed a clear preference for Trump and ordered his intelligence services to help him whenever possible. So the first item that they used to support that data was a, quote, scant, unclear, and unverifiable fragment of one sentence that was really ambiguous. And in fact, the report was written by 5 CIA authors, and the quote was, 5 people read it 5 ways. They left it out initially. It was also unverifiable, so the authors left it out. Brennan ordered them to stick it back in, and this is a recurring theme. All of this stuff, all of the other 3 pieces, were initially rejected by the CIA as
summer. We're having like really nice days now without humidity, so I'm happy.
Yes, yes.
Can you believe this?
And this is Megyn Kelly talking to the Ruthless podcast. Ruthless, a bunch of pro-Republican podcasters with considerable experience operating political campaigns.
Story, it gets crazier and crazier now. The House report exposing the flimsy evidence, and I use that term loosely, underlying the 2017 ICA was shoved in a vault over at CIA. It took Trump intervening to get it out. And now we see why the Democrats appear to have been actively concealing it for years. They did not want this thing to see the light of day because they've been lying to us for a long, long time. That's how it looks.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a story that is especially frustrating to the fellows here because I think we've landed on this conclusion years ago. All of the evidence pointed and all the facts that we knew pointed to a very concerted effort by then CIA Director Brennan in concert with the Clinton campaign and a bunch of other operatives within DOJ, FBI, and in the White House that basically were trying to manipulate a narrative here that would help Clinton towards the end of what they thought was going to be a victorious 2016 election. And I think the only question that we've always had here is whether or not they thought they were going to get their hands caught in the cookie jar, and that's why they kept perpetuating the narrative and tried to cover their tracks, or whether this was just solely an effort to delegitimize the Trump administration in their early days, and that they just kept.
And I largely agree with the worldview of the NatCon squad, right? National conservatism.
Where was John Durham in all this, by the way? What did he know and when did he know it? What did he sit on? That's one question that we have to ask. We could delve into any number of the different revelations from that Hipsy report, but where I would leave this to tee off the conversation is, we have evidence of basically this massive fraud perpetrated and foisted on the American people. The intelligence community shunted all of their standards in making these claims that were used to frame Trump as a Russian agent, and then obviously to then lead to investigations into everyone in Trump world, to the Mueller special counsel and beyond. We know that it was Barack Obama that directed the creation of this report, and it was really John Brennan and Jim Comey in particular, but also Clapper, of course, who pushed for this garbage so-called intelligence community assessment. And we know that there have been criminal referrals. We don't know what those criminal referrals consist of. Is it about perjury? Is it about conspiracy to defraud the U.S.? Is it about conspiracy to violate Donald Trump's rights or the rights of others? The very charges, by the way, that were leveled against Donald Trump, are they going to be hoisted on the same petard they created? Question would be, what do you guys think ultimately happens in terms of criminal referrals? Can any of these people be prosecuted particularly successfully, particularly if the venue is, say, Washington, D.C. or the Eastern District of Virginia? Or if not, ultimately, what are the costs and benefits of successful prosecution or unsuccessful prosecution to the extent you pursue these and these people walk? I think all open questions worth grappling with.
I'm always pessimistic about potential prosecutions and their ability to actually lead to accountability for these people. But just to hit on a couple of things you mentioned, Ben, and then introduce something else in the conversation, the Durham point is so important because I hear consistently from people that I debate on the left about this issue. Well, Durham's investigation only led to one person admitting to criminality and having to plead guilty to what was ultimately a pretty low sentence. Kevin Kleinsmith, of course, who was found to have manipulated those FISA warrants. So Durham obviously missed a huge tranche of information that could have led to much greater accountability of really the top key players in this, not just the FBI lackeys underneath James Comey. And then on your point about the Steele dossier, that's so important too, because we were at first told that the Steele dossier was only used in a limited capacity to obtain FISA warrants. Now we find confirmation that it actually was central to the entire investigation, which, by the way, John Brennan apparently did against the advice of these intelligence analysts who told him that this was not up to the level that they would typically expect of a document being used to warrant an investigation. And he told them, don't worry about that. I've got this super secret other classified information that I can't tell you about that I'm totally sure confirms that Russia was trying to get Trump elected and that Trump was probably helping them do so. One other thing I wanted to mention that wasn't covered is that that presidential daily briefing that was pulled by Obama and then rejiggered to include this faux assessment that Russia was actively trying to help Trump win. The timing was very curious because it was after Trump won the election, and there's been heavy implication and suggestion from DNI Tulsi Gabbard that perhaps the intelligence showing that Russia was not trying to actively help Trump, that there wasn't this grand scheme to boost his presidency, was deliberately kept from the presidential daily briefing so that Trump himself would not see evidence that that basically cleared him and his campaign from collusion.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much here. So I just want to list a few of the things, some of them overlapping with what Ben and Amber just said. But to me, which were the most salient points of the things that we've learned this week, which I, for the record, do not think it is a nothing burger. I know that there are some people even who I respect, like Andy McCarthy, who have downplayed what's in this report. Now, maybe I haven't been following it until this point as closely as I should have. But to me, these are 6 things that are either new or newly confirmed by this report. It might have been something that we've suspected in the past, but newly confirmed by the information that was released this week. One is Obama's direct involvement in this. He ordered, there's an email that says, President ordered a reassessment of this intelligence information. So there is direct evidence that Obama ordered essentially the intelligence community after the intelligence community had come to this conclusion that Russia did not really interfere, one, was not effective in interfering in U.S. elections, and two, that there was no credible or substantial evidence that they were interfering on behalf of Trump, as opposed to the thing that they do every election, which is try to sow chaos, try to make difficulties, try to undermine any kind of trust in the election system, right? So this reassessment that happened after this meeting, there's emails that say Obama ordered this, right? So I think that's a really important piece of evidence that came out this week. Second, the plausible deniability case, right? So much of this, if this ultimately goes to criminal referrals, if those criminal referrals go anywhere, rather, right? So much of this goes to judgment and assessment, right? A lot of these officials who are involved in this are going to say, well, I thought that this was credible. I thought that Trump really was involved in this collusion, right? Or at least I thought that Russia was trying to help Trump, even if Trump was not aware of it, right? So it all goes to the believability. And what this report shows is that each one of these key players was told over and over and over again by the people under them about the weakness of the information that came to the conclusions that they wanted to find. So to me, that's important because it speaks to mens rea, right? It speaks to the implausibility of them saying, well, we believed it, right? And when they had people coming to them over and over again in each one of these branches saying, this is not up to the standards of statecraft, this is not up to the standards of evidence that these intelligence agencies usually use, there is good reason to believe that this is essentially just made up. And so each one of them had those guys coming to them, telling them that, and we have a record now of that happening. Third is that piece that Amber mentioned about Hillary. I think there was a bunch of information that Russia had about Hillary Clinton. Now, granted, we don't know if this information is true or false. I want to put it out there. This is Russian information about Hillary Clinton. What is certain is they didn't release it. So they had information that they didn't release. Whether it's true or not, we can't say. But by the way,
so in 2019, Chateau Artiste, a.k.a. Royce, the pickup artist who was alt-right, had his website deleted by WordPress, and he didn't have backups. He had, according to him, like over 100 posts in process that hadn't been published yet, and his archives were just, everything was deleted, and so he lost a great deal of content. And so Art Bell says, 40, have you got backups? Yes, I do. Have I looked into what other hosts charge? Yes, I used to pay something like $120 a year for web hosting, and it just simply wasn't giving me the kind of quality web hosting that I expect for a man of my intellectual profundity. So yeah, I wasn't happy with my cheap web hosting, and so I went for a much more expensive package where there are all sorts of tasks, such as that security thing that you have to update every year. And I don't have to jump through those hoops anymore. I just have that done for me. So I'm willing to spend $300 a year to get tech help whenever I need it for my website.
One of the things that is listed, everyone's talking about the fact that she's on tranquilizers or whatever, which, as you recall, was a key issue in that campaign. It is something that was reported on, the fact that she was kind of falling over. She seemed dizzy. She seemed out of it.
Right. It was stunning that Joe Biden seemed out of it much of the time. Hillary Clinton seemed to be in quite poor health. And noting these obvious facts rendered you a bad person in the elite media perspective.
Right. That was something that was an issue in the campaign. And if Russia was trying to help Donald Trump in the campaign, there was a perfect moment for them to try to seed that information into U.S. media.
So, yeah, I probably get about $100 a year in donations to support my website that cost me about $700 a year.
They didn't do that, right? But I think the more interesting piece about Hillary potential story that might be true is that apparently the State Department, according to the Russians, which again, I want to say, according to the Russians, we don't know if this is true or not, the State Department was used to go to different religious organizations. My guess is in this context, like black churches in various states, and promised more State Department grants and goodies to their organizations if they would go out and stump for Hillary Clinton. That itself, if it were true, would be a scandal, right? And then for the absolute weakness of the evidence, I mean, I didn't imagine that it was this week. And, you know, I have not believed for a long time that there was any credible evidence that was tying Donald Trump's campaign to the Russians, right? Or of major Russian interference in the election. But the thinness of the information is hard to believe until you actually read it. And you realize, as Ben said, it's literally a fragment of a sentence with no attribution, no backup evidence, right? We don't know if it's secondhand information, thirdhand information, telephone information. We don't know who said it about the fact that, you know, Putin preferred Trump. We don't know the context in which that was said. It's possible it was even said in the context of the Republican primary, by the way, right? Which was not finished by this time, if you recall, because there was an effort to withhold the nomination from Trump at the convention. So, I mean, it's just totally without context, no attribution, no additional evidence. This one fragment of a sentence plus the Steele dossier, which leads me to my fifth point. The Steele dossier was part of the main body of this report, and was taken out for the version that they seeded in all of these different media organizations and leaked, right? There were two versions of it, one with the Steele dossier only in the annex and one in the main part of the report. So this is, to me, one concrete potential place for criminal referrals. It's pretty bold to me that John Brennan lied about this. And the version of the report that was the most classified.
And Elliot Blatt says, bro, I can get you internet hosting at a fraction of that price. Yes, and you can also get me a great deal on cell phone coverage. Just a fraction of the price that I pay. I just have to, make peace with the crappy coverage. No thanks, bro.
that was circulated among the highest actors did use the Steele dossier in the main body of the report. That's something concrete. And then finally, what I just alluded to with the media role. Like, there's a huge media role here. Basically, they ordered this reassessment. Before they had any time to actually dig into any of this information, they released, and a bunch of people leaked to the Washington Post, the New York Times, et cetera, a version of this with the weakness of the evidence redacted, but not the conclusions. Basically, they put out a copy of this that had these very strong top-line conclusions. I said, this is the conclusion of our intelligence agency, that Putin wanted Trump to win and that he interfered with American elections to make that happen. Both parts of that predicate were based on a couple pieces of obviously flimsy evidence that the key players in this knew that was flimsy because people repeatedly pointed it out to them. But that specific evidence was removed or redacted or left out of what they leaked into the media to create this narrative. So to me, those are all things that either we didn't know before or we didn't have concrete evidence.
Now, from the elites, from the experts, they tell us that Tulsi's narrative is bogus. You may be asking, 40, what's the philosophy here? So what's going on epistemically and philosophically is increasing expert rule over democracy, the rise of unaccountable institutional, expert, and bureaucratic power in an age of commissions. We are transforming our democracies around the world to increasing neutralization of politics and the rise of rule by experts. We are shifting away from a participatory governance and public deliberation toward a system dominated by unelected expert bodies, commissions, largely insulated from democratic accountability. We've got these expert-dominated structures eroding the substance of democracy while preserving its facade. And we have agencies like the CIA and the NSA who are acting like archetypal expert commissions, operating in secret, making decisions with global consequences, but rarely subjected to meaningful oversight by Congress and the public. And we had the invasion of Iraq that was put forward with a bogus narrative about weapons of mass destruction, right, used to justify a massive military invention, yet proved disastrously wrong. And who was held accountable for that? Right, public debate was neutered by the apparent neutrality and the authority of the expert intelligence consensus that Iraq posed some massive weapons of mass destruction threat. Right, the consequences were catastrophic, yet experts and their institutions emerged unscathed. And those who warned this would be a disaster, they did not receive any rewards. And the point of this pattern is that it is systemic. It is not incidental. Much of our lives are run by unaccountable bureaucrats, such as those with the Environmental Protection Agency or the European Central Bank. They issue directives, guidelines, rulings that shape our lives, but their legitimacy comes not from our consent, not from the consent of the governed, not from open public discussion, but from the supposed neutral expertise of their staff. European Commission and the European Union is able to set all sorts of policies, procedures, and laws over member states, even though they are not elected. Debates over austerity, banking policy, climate targets are preempted by technical assessments that shut down political dissent with the phrase, the experts have spoken. COVID, right? We had public health agencies, unelected, operating in coordination with transnational bodies like the WHO, becoming our de facto rulers. We had mask mandates, lockdowns, vaccine passports, most of which I probably support, but they were all implemented through the logic of expert necessity, and disagreement was framed as being anti-science, and democratic deliberation was bypassed. And citizen protests were not met with dialogue, but with suppression, defended on the basis of expert guidance, right? We have neutral expertise elevated above political contestation. We have the transformation of public policy and public health from a matter of governance into a technocratic imperative carried out by a tiny number of elites claiming to possess neutral knowledge that ordinary people could not understand. We have school curricula shaped by, not by school boards, not by parent groups, but by panels of academic consultants and foundation-backed researchers and federal education departments. And when parents raise concerns about the curricula, whether it's gender ideology, racial politics, or pandemic policies, they're not met with public discussion, but with appeals to authority, right? You're acting like a terrorist. This is what the experts recommend. So this creates alienation and disempowerment, not consensus and increasing social cohesion and social trust. So we have experts who are not merely advising us on policy, they are determining what we are allowed to say, what is the permissible discussion window. They frame all sorts of key political issues as matters of expertise and matters of technical learning rather than ideology. They try to remove as much of the political from public debate. Should we allow oil drilling in Alaska? Well, that's a question for the experts. Should we have new banking regulations? That's for the experts. Should we use surveillance tools on American citizens? That's for the experts. That's for the intelligence agencies. So the citizen, under the rise of the experts, is increasingly reduced to a passive spectator. The real action in governance happens inside a hermetically sealed world of expert deliberation. Right? We have completely changed democracy. We still hold elections. We enjoy some civil liberties on paper, but many of the most meaningful levers of power, those that most shape our lives, are increasingly lying in institutions that are immune to our scrutiny and our input. We have expert rule under the banner of neutrality. Accountability is being replaced by credentialism, and legitimacy comes not from debate, but from bureaucratic processes.
Evidence of before. And I think those things are huge bombshells. I find it hard to believe that anyone who is not completely in the tank at this point and still believes this hoax, even though it's obviously false, would say this is not the biggest political scandal in American history. We have an incoming administration duly elected by the American people, and we have a documented attempt from the highest players of government, including the president, to essentially put a cloud over his entire administration, to embroil him in investigations on things that they knew were false and they knew were weak. I don't know what else to say. Then that is a huge scandal. I don't know where the criminal referrals are going to go, but that is at minimum a enormous political scandal. So I don't want to hear a single person ever say again that the biggest scandal of Obama's tenure was that he wore a tan suit. That's my bottom line.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much more I have to add. I think there is real criminal liability here that has been kind of disregarded. There's a serious conspiracy against President Trump's rights. And you think about all the people who had to hire lawyers, get subpoenaed, go in to deal with this completely fabricated story. We should be deeply offended by it. And, there's plenty new here. We didn't have these intelligence assessments that were made by the Obama administration before the election. We didn't see the email change that showed them basically do a complete 180 on the intelligence to kind of create the new product that they wanted. So I think it's a real scandal, and everybody's got the right handle on it. All right, next is the Columbia settlement and Annette.
So the Columbia University settlement is amazing. The Donald Trump administration is using allegations of anti-Semitism to stop many of our leading institutions, such as our elite universities, from discriminating against white people. All right? Allegations of anti-Semitism being used by the Trump administration to stop anti-white discrimination.
Yeah, hopefully this is a little bit less complicated, a little more straightforward. So the Trump administration and Columbia University has reached a $221 million settlement. And the terms of that settlement are interesting and hopeful, I think. So first of all, of course, off the top, there's a big fine. I should say that this settlement is over Title VI violations and the failure of Columbia University to provide Title VI protections to Jewish students on campus during the protests that happened summer before last. That being said, the terms of the settlement are much broader and sweep in stuff that would fall under different parts of the Civil Rights Act and makes demands that go beyond, I would say, like anything related to Title VI, Jewish students or protests. So basically this decree demands that the university will stop having any programs or proxies with regard to admission that unfairly use race, illegally use race. It says that the university cannot discriminate on the basis of race in admissions. It says that they can use no proxy to discriminate on the basis of race. And they also do, it has the same requirements for hiring. Okay, so any professorates that they're handing out, any jobs at the university, anywhere from administration.
And poor Colombia, right? Poor our elites, right? They have to pledge to stop discriminating against white people and against Asians, right? They have to pledge to stop being racist, to be able to do the things that they want to do. Poor Paramount in its new merger, it had to pledge to stop discriminating against white people. What an imposition on our elites. Don't you care about how they're suffering? They can no longer openly and easily discriminate against white people.
All the way to professor.
Right, and it's so funny. The Trump administration is using allegations of anti-Semitism against our elite institutions to stop them discriminating against the Goyim.
Any like university hire that is done cannot be done on the basis of race whatsoever. It says cannot use race as a factor at all, either implicitly or explicitly. So all that sounds good. The big question would be, how do we enforce this? And actually, I think the enforcement mechanism in this could turn out to be very, very good. We don't know yet. We don't know what. I'm sure the university will try its best to get around this settlement. That being said, there is a monitor appointed. And twice a year, Columbia University has to release all of their numbers, whether that's in admissions, so that means all of their test scores, all of the GPAs, right, broken down by race and national origin. They have to give that both to an independent monitor and to the Trump administration. They have to give it to the federal government to essentially crunch the numbers and see if they are discriminating on the basis of race. Same thing with hiring. They have to give their numbers, their hiring numbers, their firing numbers, their promotion numbers to a independent monitor and to the federal government twice a year. So to me, this looks pretty good. Trump has come out and said this is the shape of things to come. More universities should expect to be swept up under these kinds of settlements with the federal government. They've made themselves open to those settlements by flagrantly violating the Civil Rights Act in every way that they could possibly imagine in the name of wokeness and activism. I should say there are also some.
So, yeah, I'd rather roll back all the civil rights legislation to restore the traditional American Constitution and its understanding of free speech and private property. But if you're going to have all this civil rights legislation, then it should be enacted without racial bias. And the era of where it's cool to discriminate against white people needs to end.
Some things in this settlement about, keeping protests under control and lawful, not allowing protesters to wear masks that disguise their identity. There's a few other elements in there, but all of these things will be tasked. The monitor will be tasked with enforcing this, and then ultimately, as I said, there's that.
So Fox and the Murdoch press are about the only news media that put a great deal of attention on the crimes committed by illegal aliens. So what do we have here?
Why Democrats are failing. It's why their approval rating is less than 20%, because they cannot keep up with Donald Trump, who is doing the work for the American people, having millions of illegals deported, and doing the right thing by showing that we are a nation of laws and we're going to follow them. And I hope that we can replace these judges sooner rather than later. These people have to be impeached. We cannot continue to go on like this. And just last year in South Carolina,
Trump is doing the Lord's work in securing our border.
That backstop that I think is incredibly important of releasing the underlying data, which has been very closely guarded by universities, up until that.
Right. Elites keeping the data, keeping the information so that their power cannot be scrutinized. Right. Exercising epistemic coercion.
SFFA case, right, one of the reasons that it was really difficult to sue universities for the obvious discrimination was that you didn't have access to that underlying admissions data. Now, Columbia University, as part of this agreement, will be releasing all of that data, both on hiring and admissions, to the federal government. That will make future lawsuits and enforcement very easy, comparatively to in the past. So I think this looks pretty good. Coupled with this week, we had Marco Rubio announcing that he is reviewing the visa program for Harvard University, another shot across the bow in terms of university funding and their ability, their privilege to be able to send students, essentially refer students to the State Department to get a student visa to come internationally into the United States. So all of this looks pretty good to me. I don't know what you guys think. I think this is probably a pretty good settlement. I know some people are skeptical that anything can be done to universities. I kind of think, I guess I'm a little optimistic on this and have been very pessimistic in the past on the university sector and the ability to steer it. But I think they are realizing how financially pulled in they are vis-a-vis the federal government, and the Trump administration is using all of those levers and financial incentives very, very effectively here. And to me, this settlement reads as a very smart settlement from people in the Trump administration who knew what to ask for and knew what to demand in terms of follow-up and compliance. So again, I think this is great. I don't know what you guys think.
No, I totally agree. And of course, we have the announcement this week of students who were involved in those protests being disciplined with 1 to 3 year suspensions, degree revocations, full-on expulsions. And Columbia kind of said at the time that they were investigating students. And I mean, I'm sure none of us thought that much would actually come of it. So these are legitimate punishments for people that were involved in these. And I am certainly of the opinion that the severity of the punishments had something to do with the settlement as well.
Yeah, I'm very happy about all this. Obviously, I think I'm reassured by the fact that so many of the top DOJ officials signed off on it. It really seems like, one, it's a huge fine. $200 million from a university is nothing trivial, just to essentially compensate for all the past harm. And then it really looks like there's going to be continuous monitoring to making sure that these universities conduct themselves in a better way, and a chance, if they are simply unreformable, to put them back into this terrible position where they're under relegation threat constantly. So I'm very optimistic about what's happening here.
I think it's also worth noting, it could be that this is the template for, and maybe sets a floor at least, for other potential settlement agreements with other schools.
Right. That's the key. All right. The Trump administration is using allegations of anti-Semitism to create a template to stop discrimination against the Goyim.
Vigorous enforcement is the only way that you could potentially change the behavior at these institutions. So to that end, I think this is a fine use of federal government power to rein in a beneficiary of government largesse that has allowed for the systematic discrimination against the rights of students. By the way, of course, in complete contravention, completely flouting the ethos of Columbia, my alma mater, which is supposed to be about a genuinely class.
So why does this guy have Kermit the Frog voice? And he has very smart things to say, but he speaks in this monotone voice. He's got Kermit the Frog voice like I used to have, because he is projecting from the back of his throat rather than from the top of the back of his throat. And he's a good speech coach.
Classical liberal education and all the other things, of course, that...
Right, Mike Benz
What's up?
Yes.
Hello.
Seems to be the go-to guy for understanding the Tulsi Gabbard narrative, particularly if you want a partisan-friendly MAGA perspective.
How's it going, man?
Hi, Mike.
Good.
Welcome to Onlylands.
Nice.
Haven't had you on Badlands in a while.
Late night. Late night Onlylands.
Yeah. Feet pics only. You had a post. So I posted earlier today about the J6 thing, and I just kind of wanted to let you splurge because you had a video out there from like 2023 where you basically called it and nailed it. Well,
it's crazy because, I kept running into this because, kind of the first big thing that I broke in this space was the whole CISA affair. If you remember, this was this kind of seat of government censorship that was tucked inside DHS. And it was super fucked up because, it was the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Mm-hmm. And no one had any clue, like those words put you to sleep when you say it. No one had any conception that that would be the place that would be coordinating internet censorship for the federal government. Because what they did is they treated social media misinformation as a cyber threat. They classified it as a kind of like hacking attack of the mind, and because it's done online. And so I had to, look up the whole history and evolution of the place. And it all came back to this January 6, 2017, and this Jed Johnson decision. He was the outgoing DHS secretary for Obama. Like his last act in office was basically federalizing elections and putting DHS. What they did is under this order is they said that elections are critical infrastructure, which is like a really cute little trick that they pulled, because like DHS protects critical infrastructure, which usually means like low Earth satellites or like deep sea cables, or like you can argue like hospitals or roads and bridges. But what they did is they argued that like the metaphysical concept of an election is critical infrastructure. And so anything that like attacks that metaphysical concept, including misinformation about the election, is now a cyber attack. And so the cyber agency, which happens to be filled with basically, there's only three ways you can effectively, be in the cyber hacking world. You can work for the CIA, you can work for the NSA, or you can be a felon. That's basically the only way in. And so you have all these spooks who all hate Trump, who all, want to stop the Trump movement. And now they've got this like carte blanche under their cyber authority, just ban any account or, basically send a speed message through their cyber mission control to the, highest levels of Facebook and YouTube and Twitter 1.0. And so I kept on tracing like what was happening around January 6, 2017. And that was the same day that the CIA, did their, assessment about the Russian hacking. And it lined up perfectly to a T. I mean, this is.
So I just put something into Grok and into ChatGPT, the identical inquiry. I said, I've got an edgy idea. I wonder if you will engage. With this deal with Columbia University, it looks like the Trump administration is creating a template of leveraging allegations of anti-Semitism to protect the rights of Asians and whites, to protect them from racial discrimination in the name of diversity. And ChatGPT was much more willing to engage than Grok. I mean, I think that ChatGPT's answer was much more accurate. Right? These Trump moves flip the traditional civil rights script. They are weaponizing anti-discrimination law not to protect historically marginalized groups, but to challenge diversity policies that disadvantage white and Asian applicants. By framing criticisms of Israel as anti-Semitism, they tie it all together with Title VI enforcement to pressure universities. It is a clever and strategic pivot. On the surface, it is about fairness and equal treatment. Underneath, it's about dismantling affirmative action and chilling speech on Palestine by exploiting civil rights laws designed originally to protect black and brown people. So the new template turns DEI language inside out, using claims of reverse discrimination and anti-Semitism to undercut progressive goals. That's edgy, but it is also realpolitik. And that was a much more precise engagement with the idea than what I got on Grok.
2 weeks before Trump took office. And so what that did is that basically it federalized elections. It put DHS in charge of it. And specifically to do, the Russiagate type crap. And the other like craziest part about that is what they ended up doing with CISA in particular, which kind of like brings it all together in this unbelievably crazy way, is when Jed Johnson got together with Michael Chertoff and Janet Napolitano, that was like three former DHS secretaries who came up with this idea to use DHS for domestic censorship. And they justified it on the craziest grounds. Here's what they said. They said, we want a government capacity to take on misinformation on the internet. This is back in 2018 when they took advantage of Jed Johnson's executive order to do this. They said, we'd like to do this through the State Department because we already have our Global Engagement Center who's doing this for terrorists. We can just do this for MAGA people. They said the problem is the state is only foreign facing. They said, well, this is really an intelligence capacity. So, typically this would be the sort of thing that the CIA does when they lean on editors' desks abroad to not publish something. They said, but how are we going to structure this as a covert operation? We can't get, 10,000 people, security clearances in the private sector. Also, the CIA faces outward. We have the same problem with the State Department. So I have a white paper where they laid this all out in October 2018, which is like right as they were forming CISA. And then they said, okay, well then how about the FBI? Well, the FBI would be ideal because it's not subject to the domestic firewall that CIA and state are. But FBI requires an act of suspected law breaking in order to expend federal resources because it's just the investigative arm of the Justice Department. They said, so that leaves us with basically only one other option, which has never been tried. We admit it's a legal gray area, but technically, there's no prohibition on it, which is that we can use DHS because it's not attached to the Justice Department. It can combine the foreign-facing intelligence powers of the CIA with the domestic jurisdiction of the FBI and run it all through this. And I actually admitted this on tape in October 2021, and I have that clip on my X timeline. But yeah, so it all came back to that day, though. It was the other January 6th.
That's crazy.
Thank you, Patriot Act.
Yeah. What are your thoughts? Like, any other thoughts about what came out today from Tulsi?
I mean, I think it's, at this point, like how many times can you creatively beat a horse and still have fun doing it? Like, I think this is important. I don't think anyone, with like a functioning frontal lobe who has, been non-comatose for the past 10 years has associated anything about Russiagate as being anything but bullshit. I think everybody just assumed this is exactly what the emails would say.
Right.
And so, it confirmed our biases. But, it's nice to have it, though. I think it's still important for the final record to show that. I mean, I think some of the things about it that I thought were, the fact that they assessed a low confidence for the Russian hack, that both, I think they said both FBI and CIA assessed a low confidence for the Russian hack, because the Russian hack story isn't. I mean, first of all, that's what gave rise to CISA. CISA was supposed to be an anti-hacking story because they might hack us, again ahead of the 2018 midterms, the way they hacked us in 2016, and that was always bullshit. That was a CrowdStrike operation, and CrowdStrike was this, digital cyber firm which is run by the Atlanta Council, effectively through their top guy there. And, it's basically a DNC NATO firm. And, the CrowdStrike story, I mean, remember, this all goes back to like the weird unresolved murder of Seth Rich because,
Okay, Mike, Benz speaking there. This is Matt Taibbi.
One of the country's leading experts on this issue, and I'm proud to call him a friend. Matt Taibbi is an award-winning journalist, author, and podcaster. He's a former columnist with Rolling Stone, where his hard-hitting columns focused on politics, the culture wars, and current events. And now you can find his work both on his Substack and at Racket News. Matt, so glad to have you with us. Thanks for joining us.
No, thanks for having me back, John. Good to see you.
It's good to see you, man. It always is. Matt, walk us through this. Honest to God, I thought this issue was done. It was behind us. We know what the Mueller report said. We know what these various congressional investigations said. And now that there's the possibility of even minor criminal charges against two of the people who really pushed this narrative the most, now we're getting this pushback from the Democrats just asking us to forget everything we learned over the last 8 years. What exactly are we looking at here?
It reminds me a bit of those members of the elite and of the left who don't want recriminations from COVID restrictions. And I'm largely on board with the large number of the COVID restrictions, but this call for a COVID amnesty, right, that came from an essay in Atlantic, and now there is a desire in the media for an amnesty with those pushing the Russiagate hoax.
Well,
it's like religious people claiming, oh, there's no argument between religion and science, because religious leaders realize that in that conflict, science has dominated.
I mean, criminally, I'm not sure. We know it's going to be they're aiming for some kind of conspiracy charge, but what exactly is not clear. I've actually been trying to find that out. It's one of the remaining mysteries in this whole thing. But just to pull back about the significance of what happened this week, this story, and I'm sure this is probably true for you too, this Russiagate story changed my life. Before it happened, I was a lifelong Democrat. I had just voted for Hillary Clinton. I was working at Rolling Stone magazine, and then this thing happened where suddenly we were told that the Russians had interfered in the election and pulled off what sounded like the biggest intelligence coup in history, that they had a Manchurian candidate as president-elect. And I remember thinking as a journalist, either that's true or this is the biggest fraud of all time. There's really no other option. And we went through an extraordinary ordeal with 3 years of mania that ended.
So there's been a sharp partisan divide in the news with regard to several issues. One, Joe Biden's mental acuity. The conservative side of the spectrum was right, and the liberal elite side of the spectrum was wrong. Then with regard to COVID and the necessity of some restriction on rights and the need for vaccination and various COVID mitigation measures, there I see the liberal elite side of the spectrum being more right than wrong. Then there is a major partisan divide with regard to Russiagate, where the elite media says this is the number one story in the nation for approximately 2.5 years, and the conservative side of the spectrum says this is a hoax. And so on that story, I side with the conservative media.
With the Mueller business, with no indictments, but it was never fully debunked. The people who brought the case against Trump never admitted that it was fake, that it was a mistake. And there was never a reckoning like there was with the WMD issue, where at least the press admitted that there were some screw-ups. And what happened this week is that we finally got a peek at the actual evidence that they used to create this intelligence community assessment that you and Aaron Maté and myself and many others have been trying to figure out what exactly substantiated the claim that Vladimir Putin, quote unquote, aspired to help Donald Trump because he had a quote unquote clear preference for him. And now we know. And it turns out nothing is substantiating it. And it's an incredible shock. I don't know. What's your reaction as a former, intelligence person? I think this is on the order of the WMD thing, maybe even worse.
Easily. And maybe worse. When I read this account, I think it was at Axios a week or so ago, that John Brennan had called together all of the most important, most seasoned Russia analysts at the CIA, brought them all together to write what was essentially a sense of the community memorandum. And then they found that there was no Russian interference. And then Brennan said, no, the analytic line is there was Russian interference. This is what we're going with. What shocks me is that they didn't physically run en masse to the office of the Inspector General to report him. And then, just to make matters worse, when he insisted that they add the Steele dossier as an appendix to this politicized analysis, and they refused, and then he added it as an appendix, I was disappointed again that they didn't run to the office of the Inspector General. We shouldn't have had to wait this long as a country to know exactly how this played out. This is exactly what they teach you on your very first day at the CIA not to do
as
an analyst. Yes.
If you have somebody trying to push you to put an unsupported claim, go to the IG. Is that what you're supposed to do?
It's all about evidence. And if there's no evidence and somebody is trying to force you to politicize the analysis, you have to go to the Inspector General and you have to report it.
So in that case, that makes what happened even more egregious.
Worse.
And
Yes.
and there's new reporting even now at the end of this week. So there were 4 major pieces of evidence that they used to substantiate this Putin preferred Trump claim, and I didn't realize this until yesterday evening, that the aspired line came from a discussion that Brennan himself had with a Russian defector in Virginia.
So why is the right side of the political spectrum much more at ease with punishment, including punishment for the perpetrators of the Russiagate hoax? And it gets back to porous versus buffered identity, right? And from the right, there's a recognition that all punishment contains an element of vengeance and revenge, and that appropriate levels of vengeance and revenge are healthy and good. And the buffered identity says we should transcend these human desires for vengeance and revenge. We should be more spiritual and ethereal and go beyond these primitive desires. So from a modern, liberal, enlightened, buffered perspective, right, those of us on the right are medieval because we have more in common with the medieval perspective on human identity, what it means to be a person, than do the modern, secular, enlightened believers in buffered identity. And so the left wants a moratorium or a significant reduction in punishment. To be on the right means that you believe in appropriate levels of punishment. So to be on the right consistently means that you support more punishment for wrongdoers, for norm violators, than people on the left. And that is that goes down in history, right? The right side of the political spectrum wants harsher punishment than the left side of the political spectrum because we believe that individuals must be held accountable. While on the left side of the political spectrum, there's much more of an emphasis. It is structures. It is these things outside of the individual that shape people to act the way we do. And so to know all is to forgive all, and we shouldn't be so petty at wanting to punish people. We need a moratorium on punishment, at least a reduction in punishment. We need a moratorium on punishing people who got COVID wrong. We need a moratorium on punishing people who got Russiagate wrong. And the Donald Trump MAGA right-wing side of the spectrum recognizes that punishment and vengeance and revenge in its place at an appropriate level is a healthy and adaptive reaction.
And that he never put it in writing. He only orally briefed the president. There's a suggestion that he gave different accounts of that conversation to different people. And that's in the report. They say that we're concerned about this because the key piece of evidence that we're hanging this whole thing on is a discussion that he had, that John Brennan had, and the original source is not even known where this person got that from. People are saying that it's this Oleg Smolenkov person, but that sounds like terrible tradecraft to me, John. You tell me. If you don't know where it's coming from, like,
right.
How can you put it in there?
Well, I'll tell you, and forgive me if this is getting too far down in the weeds of CIA analysis, but oftentimes analysts will be called upon to go meet with defectors and just have a conversation. Just see if your analysis is consistent with their real life experience. Now, if you write up your notes, which you're supposed to do, you cannot use those notes in a piece of finished intelligence. You have to turn the notes over to the director of operations, to what's called a CAT-C. It's called a reports officer. And the reports officer puts it in a formal channel and releases it to the entire intelligence community.
So I've been doing all this effort into this stream and the last stream that I have all these videos, excerpts on unrelated matters just lined up to share with you. But instead I'm doing this deep dive into the philosophy of Russiagate.
Then you can use it because you can cite it as a source. And on the source line, it'll say, according to a recent defector, or according to an unpolygraphed source, or whatever.
Right.
He just took it from the horse's mouth and ran with it. There's no written evidence anywhere that anybody ever said this. We're just supposed to take his word for it. And that's not analysis. And it's certainly not finished intelligence.
It wouldn't get into a junior high school newspaper.
No way.
Right?
No way. And another thing, too, Tucker Carlson said a few weeks ago that he asked Putin, who do you prefer? And he said, well, I prefer Trump to Hillary. Trump is a little bit hard to gauge because he changes his mind. But he said, Hillary, I just know I can't work with. Okay, that's not top secret, Russian government information. He just came out with it. A journalist asked him a question.
Right, worth listening to the 46-minute interview there with
Hey guys, I'm Heidi Priebe. Welcome back to my channel.
Okay, I'm a big fan of Heidi Priebe, and I think she's got some useful analysis here.
As a means of being in relation with someone else. So there's this song that came out recently by Louis Capaldi, who is one of the only people on the planet who I don't know but would die for. And it's called Forget Me. And the lyrics of the song are expressing how, he doesn't mind if his exes still hate him or are still frustrated with him, but the worst thing he can imagine is that they just move on and forget all about him and feel indifferent to him. And this is exactly what it feels like to have an anxious attachment wound. It's that sense of, as long as some sort of strong emotion is being directed towards me, I feel like I haven't disappeared in the world, right?
Right. I think people get so intense about their internet feuds and their real life feuds because they have such empty lives. They need something to reassure them that they matter.
I feel like I'm still being seen and I still matter to someone, even if the attention on me is negative. So when you are in a place where you're feeling not particularly valued, not particularly connected to people, not particularly seen, your psyche might actually be unconsciously going out of its way to find things to get offended by so that you stay in heated connection with other people, whether that is your partner, whether that is strangers on the internet, whether that is your family members or your friends. If you are in conflict, it means you matter immensely to someone, right? So what's really interesting here is that when you look at the dynamic maturation model of attachment, which is a kind of alternative to the traditional model of attachment, it incorporates a lot of John Bowlby and Mary Ainsworth's work, but it builds upon it and looks at how we grow and mature alongside our attachment strategies. And one thing that distinguishes the dynamic maturation model of attachment from the traditional attachment model is that the dynamic maturation model of attachment calls the attachment styles strategies. So rather than an overall style that dictates how you do everything in your attachment relationships, the DMM looks at which strategies are you employing to keep people close. And so both anxious and avoidant attachment in the DMM exist on a spectrum. You can be a little bit anxious or a little bit avoidant, or you can be extremely pervasively anxious or avoidant. And when you get right down to the bottom of the spectrum where you are extremely anxiously attached in the DMM, what you actually get is paranoia. So this is the area where pathology begins to develop, and you're likely to have people start to believe things like, there are people out to get me, I am being watched. You might have kind of magical or psychotic thinking when you get that anxiously attached. And the reason for that is because your psyche finds it intolerable to conceive of the idea that you are alone in the world. So if you truly are alone in the world, if all previous attachment strategies have failed you, so you've tried strategy after strategy after strategy to get your needs met in healthier ways, then you might eventually, if all of those fail and you're finding yourself alone, give way to paranoia and to deluding yourself into thinking that you are so important that people are actually watching or chasing or stalking you when actually they're not. But that is the mind's way of coping when it is intolerable for the mind to believe that the truth is you just don't matter all that much to anyone else. Which I'm not saying is the case, but often when you do have a situation where someone falls...
Okay, I thought that was devastating. Hudson Institute held this long program on what happens after the end of communism in China. And thought, wow, that's an edgy topic. The fall of the Chinese communist regime.
One faction of the Communist Party over another, especially in a crisis situation in the first 48 hours, maybe first week of the disintegration of the Chinese political system. We definitely should not try and play that game. Related to this, I think that we could very well see an American president say, well, we got to support the Communist Party in this crisis because it's the devil we know. And the idea would be we'd be doing this for stability reasons. Again, this is not something where we have been very good at. For instance, we've had 3 instances where an American president has rescued Chinese communism. Most famous one was 1972. Richard Nixon goes to Beijing in the middle of the Cultural Revolution and saves a Mao Zedong who looked to be in trouble. 1989, George H.W. Bush saves Deng Xiaoping after the Tiananmen massacre. You could even look at 1999, where a period of downturn in China, a period of doubt about the regime, Bill Clinton signs up a World Trade Organization deal to pave China's accession to that organization, which occurred in December 2001, just after his presidency. Now, one could justify what Nixon did. It was the Cold War. Americans felt that we were losing. We needed a friend, yes. But the other 2 instances, no. We rescued a regime that to this day is trying to take down our democracy. So in general, I don't think that we should be trying to play favorites in a Chinese crisis to help a group that may or may not fulfill our wishes. And in any event, throughout history, we haven't been very good at this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Miles.
Damn, I chose the wrong time to
Hudson,
take a bathroom
for
break.
helping us to amend the Chinese Communist Party and its security organs have been for the last 30 years and were building toward a position where they could deploy globally and become the preeminent military power on Earth and in the Earth-Moon system, and even further into dominating our solar system. We see the extent of this preparation, and until the collapse of the party, it was well underway. 13 group armies, combined arms group armies, a navy.
Okay, the title of this program is After the Fall, Planning for a Post-Communist China.
Measures to be taken immediately, freezing Chinese assets, Smithfield, all things. What about the widespread Chinese projects globally, the BRI, Belt and Road Initiatives, all the projects? Would it be nice to just sell them off, get the money to the new government?
Yeah, first of all, you're absolutely right. The Chinese people don't like Belt and Road. And it would seem to me that when you have a Chinese political system disintegrating, there's going to be no support for many of these projects. Remember, what China did was it was building the stuff that the private sector didn't want to touch. In other words, stuff that was economically unviable, which means essentially that these projects will fail once it no longer has support from Beijing. And Beijing has been pulling back support for many of these projects, and they've been a bit left abandoned. So I think we're going to see much more of that. And when Rick talked about the Chinese military, I'm not sure the Chinese people are going to want to have as big a military as it currently has. And you're going to start to see, I think, a lot of these assets start to rust away. Maybe not Soviet style, where they're selling off aircraft carriers, but nonetheless, there's going to be a real pullback in ambitions because the Chinese people say, well, why don't I have good schools and why don't I have this and all the stuff that you've been talking about, Miles? So clearly there's going...
So, yeah, most citizens are primarily nationalist, and they wonder, why are we spending billions of dollars overseas? Why don't we take care of our own? It's true for the Chinese, it's true for Australians, it's true for Americans.
To be China, which is much smaller footprint in the rest of the world, even if it does have an ability to project power beyond its borders.
Yeah, okay. Rick, I have a question for you. You mentioned about all those measures over there. Now, one thing I found is very interesting is the CCP has a membership of 100 million. what are you going to do with them? Right? You cannot put them all in jail. And so in the, say, for example, in the immediate aftermath of Nazi Germany's demise, we have a denazification program. And in, say, Eastern Europe, people figure out, membership of the Communist Party in places like Czechoslovakia or Poland, who are then actually were sort of informants for the government. So in other words, there's a very deep soul searching about those people who join the party, and either they are the willing executioners of the party, or they join the party for some other reasons other than ideological. So how do you solve the problem?
Well, first and foremost, we have to understand that the CCP, like most communist parties, is a secret organization. It does not reveal its membership. You do not talk about party business. Probably the only public act.
Right, this ties in to the general discussion here of rule by experts. The further left you go, the more you have rule by experts. Right, the Chinese Communist Party, the people who are really making the decisions. All right, their power and influence and many of their names are kept secret. And this is what our dominant elite and our dominant left of center elite want to move towards, more and more rule by hidden experts.
Aspect of the party that is sort of out there, people know, is you have to pay dues every year. So from one perspective, Miles, one of the first and most essential measures for the new government to take, if it wants to defend itself from this unprecedented army of 100 million plus, you have to identify them. You have to identify them to the world. Personnel files have to be made public to some degree. And this is just the beginning. There will be abuses that have to be immediate abuses that have to be confronted. Then the issues of the historical abuses, people who simply justice for the 60 or 70 million who died under Mao. Who were those people, and what does the new government? What does China owe to them? These are ways in which some measure of an international advisory effort can be very helpful. But this is sort of just the beginning.
Just a provocative program after the fall, planning for a post-communist China. That sounds wonderful. Now, you may be unhappy that I haven't played any commentary magazine for a while.
Even though they were very rich, obviously, who had a more bourgeois, middle-class life existence as
Ozzy
seen
Osbourne
on MTV than the guy who bit the necks of live chickens on stage and bats 30 years ago. Did he?
And his show was really
that's somebody else.
Oh, maybe Alice Cooper. Maybe Alice Cooper did the bats. Sorry.
Also.
By the way,
just to point out, Alice Cooper. Yes,
Alice Cooper, one of the nicest, most normal, most well-adjusted people you will ever meet. I interviewed him early in my career, and he is so normal and kind and engaging and funny.
That's what everybody says.
The Osbourne,
except if you're a chicken.
Except if you're a chicken.
Watch out.
If you're a chicken, the man is a genocider.
Listen, as the grandson of a chicken farmer, I understand.
Okay,
I understand where
you think chickens deserve whatever they get. Yeah, okay,
the Osbourne show, what was great about the Osbourne show was really it was Sharon's show, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it was in a very big way Sharon's coming out as a pop culture figure. That was really, I think, surprising to a lot of people and a very interesting development. It was really her show, and she's maintained that, persona in a nice way.
But I just want to point out, as a journalist, I always think in threes because you need three examples to write an article. So we have Ozzy Osbourne, good on Israel, family values in the Osbourne. We have Alice Cooper, who we also established, despite the performance, solid, good guy. Of course, his film masterpiece in his cameo in the original Wayne's World. And then, of course, Gene Simmons, another...
I am Vets.
Yeah, another outrageous pseudo-metal, Kiss rocker. He's probably the most ideologically conservative of them all. And so there's something about this genre, maybe, that we should appreciate and explore, despite its kind of garish reputation.
I think that is there's a very interesting cultural observation to be made that we could also bring in the HBO Max 5.5-hour documentary on Billy Joel, and so it goes, the first half of which is airing this week, and the second half will air next. That Billy Joel is a resolutely apolitical or unpolitical figure, except for 2 songs that he wrote and performed. One is Allentown, and the other is Goodnight Saigon. So Billy Joel produced in his lifetime 134 songs on these albums. Probably my favorite performer of the rock and roll era. And his great political moment, as far as I can tell, unlike everybody else, he didn't do Farm Aid, and he didn't do this, and he didn't do that. But in 1986 or 1987, he went to the Soviet Union and gave a concert in Moscow. And he concluded the concert, as he did many concerts afterward, but I believe this was the first time that he did it. He said, "Good night, Moscow, and you people don't take any S from anybody." And in some weird way, together with Ronald Reagan's speech at Moscow State University and a couple of other moments, this cultural message that there were Americans who understood and stood with the suffering people who had suffered for so long under communism, that there was like a regular guy from Hicksville, Long Island, who had their back and who wasn't singing about how he hoped the Russians loved their children too, and here's why there should be a nuclear freeze like every other act in the 80s. There is this counterculture inside the rock music or pop music or whatever, counterculture that said, all you people with your politics, you're all full of it. You don't know anything about anything. It's just performative nonsense. And we know, and maybe this is something that Ozzy and Gene Simmons and Alice Cooper knew. We know performative. Like, all we are is performative. We're doing things designed to be shocking to get attention, to épate le bourgeois in a certain way. So we know when people are full of it, and you guys are all full of it.
And we should add that, in its lengthy career, Spinal Tap has never gone political as well.
Spinal Tap,
which is, they're coming back. They're coming back.
They're coming back, and they're now on 4K. But yeah, I do think there is this quality to, obviously, country music and various other things, but there is this quality of, oh, come off it. Like, if we're and by the way, the Ramones, I believe Joey Ramone ended up very right wing. Punk rock, which of course was a reaction to kind of the pretensions of 1970s album rock and glam rock and, anthem rock and stadium rock. And they were like, no, songs should be 2.5 minutes long.
And loud.
Very loud. Like, there is this.
And that's what was his real name? Jeff Hyman? Jeffrey Hyman?
Yeah. There's just a lot of cut the crap.
Lou Reed ended up pretty right wing too.
Yeah, so and that is itself pretty, since he was a genuine Greenwich Village bohemian.
Can I add?
I love this point about how those who are performers pretty good at spotting the performative in politics.
Ask you, John. The length of that Billy Joel documentary is.
Yeah. Okay, it's been a long time since I played any of the Decoding the Gurus, and you're wondering What was the Decoding the Gurus episode on Peter Thiel and putting him into the barometer? Right. What was the wit and wisdom that emerged from that? And I'm so glad that you asked.
Appendix to the barometer, appendix episode. I think we'll make just one episode. We'll focus on the moral grandstanding.
We'll get it all up. We'll get them all, like moral grandstanding. We'll get all the bonus points. We'll get them all in order, all updated. Yeah, it's necessary. It is necessary. The science of barometry cannot be left to the...
Now, you're wondering, 40, how does this fit into your grand theme of the philosophy of the elite epistemic closure? Hang in there.
Matt. We
have to push the frontiers forward. That's right. That's what researchers do. Well, good work, Chris.
Great work. Fantastic.
we've sorted out Peter Thiel. We know what the deal is there.
Matt, wow. 2 quotes. Christopher Kavanagh. Peter Thiel's a big potato head, and then Bible. John 3:16, whatever, right? No, that shows my loquacious ability to generate quotes. A big potato head, right? That's not even accurate. If anything, he's more like a slim potato head. So, yeah, there we go. But Peter Robinson has badly infected my mind. That's what I'm going to say. I'll never get his questioning style. I don't think I'll ever get over that.
Yeah, he's like that sovereign nations guy.
Michael O'Fallon. Yeah. Imagine the two of them. Imagine if they got together.
Oh God, the hush. I mean, they probably had a big fight over picking the classical music that would serve as the intro to the show, because they have that in common too.
Or the particular biblical interpretation. I wonder in that case if you get two guys that are really into biblical prophecies. Do they gel and jazz, or are they somebody coming in and got the exact same shtick there?
It's going to get good here.
I'm that guy, right? Like, I've got we need to read the Bible more.
I didn't get the timestamp right.
That's my thing, right?
Well, I'm just going to say this. This is my final take.
Here we go.
Here we go. Of 700 years or so of hindsight, I think it's quite clear now that the Reformation was a mistake. Translating the Bibles from Latin and stuff into English, letting everyone read them, letting every guy have their own particular interpretation of it, start up their own thing. It was clearly a bad move. We need to go back. Everyone needs to come back to the fold.
We need to
return to the one universal Catholic Church. Nobody gets to look at the Bible. You can't even look at it, right? And it's got to be written in a language that no one understands. And unless...
Right, so we should keep the Bible for the elites, only those who can read it in the original language. We should keep any academic research that touches on group differences. We should keep that hidden from the general public. Right, this is the elite perspective, right? To abrogate power and knowledge to only those within the group.
You're authorized and you have a special dispensation from the Pope. You can't even read it. And furthermore, we need to bring back the Inquisition, because the Inquisition can then go out and hunt down people like Peter Thiel and burn them.
Oh, heretics. All right. Yeah. Okay. That's a strong take there. No, that's unexpected there. But yeah, why?
Okay, that'll do it. I'll talk to you later, mate. Bye-bye.